So we've got Mr. Carter up first, but he may not be here, so we might have to shuffle something. So are the Hanmer horse riders here? Excellent. So we might bring you up first after I've asked Mr. Abbott a couple of questions. So I just had a couple of questions I thought of, which I hadn't introduced last night. First thing is how many people can be on the ride at once? Now, how many trolleys can be on the ride at once?
It can be a maximum of 5.
So it could be 5 coming down at any one time.
Yeah.
Okay. The second question was, how do the trolleys get back to the top?
They will drive themselves back up the hill. So they go on the same rail. So if you like, they come down,
yeah,
people get off them, and then they go back up the same trail.
So there's
the motor that's in the motor that's in the seat.
Yeah.
Sorry, the battery pack that's in the seat.
Yeah.
And there's a motor that's, as was explained yesterday, that's actually in the carriage itself. Yeah. It will drive the trolleys back up that same cable.
Right. So there's a delay before the next lot of people.
Yes, there is, which is when we have the opportunity. So the next group of people arrive, and it gives us the opportunity to do the safety briefing.
Yeah.
Talk them through what's going on, and then they go in spaces after that.
Okay. So how long does that take for them to go back up again? What's the gap between 5 people coming down and the next lot starting again?
Well, from the time that the first person arrives, so they're coming down in gaps of about 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So when they arrive and offload, if you like.
Yeah.
And then we wait for the 5th one to arrive. So that's 2.5 minutes, if you like.
Yeah. In
there, and then they go back up, and they'll go back up inside a minute and a half.
Okay. So are the 5 people that come, the 5 groups or people that come down, are they all ready to go at the same time? Or does each one have to, one goes, next one goes
in, yeah.
Each one gets loaded?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. But again, the seat process, the seat that's been developed, you literally sit in the seat, buckle in, and away you go.
Yeah, so they're harnessed up, whatever, before they get on, and then they get on and go. Okay. Okay, thank you. That's... Has Mr. Carter arrived now?
Sorry, apology.
You're all right. Hopefully I didn't tell you 9:20.
Oh, no, it's just a couple of quick dramas. It's okay. All right.
So I've got your submission up, so I've seen it, and so
right. Lovely. Thanks for giving us the time to talk to. Good morning. My name is Ross Carter, and I have a lifelong association with Hanmer Springs, including Conoco Hill. I grew up in Hanmer Springs and have fond memories of walking up Conoco Hill as a family with mum and dad and my 4 siblings. Most Sundays, our family outing would be walking the hill with its zigzag tracks, exploring nooks and crannies on the way up. The highlight of the walk was reaching the top and looking at the magnificent view, taking in the smell of the forest and listening to all the different bird sounds. We would have a picnic, which Mum would have prepared. We enjoyed the food, and as soon as we and my siblings had finished eating, we would go off exploring, looking for lizards. We found all different sorts, but we didn't care what they were called. They were all skinks to us. This was so much fun, watching the lizards skate across the rocks and the ground. They were very fast, and it was exciting to us. We also had great fun scrambling over the big rock near the shelter. Mum and Dad didn't mind, as they felt Conoco Hill was a safe place to explore. Once we had our fun, we would head back home. Sometimes we would race each other down the hill, running between the tracks, taking shortcuts and sliding on our bumps. The big trees had lots of roots, and I remember that I would often get bruises. Mum always yelled at us, be careful and to wait at the bottom of the hill. Sometimes we would hear the shriek above us, and I was scared. Dad told us it was a falcon, smaller than a hawk, and was calling out to its own family. I remember riding through the forest on my blue bike with my mates, and sometimes the falcons would have a nest up high in the trees that would swoop down on us as we rode past. Little has changed with the hill all these years, and the trees have got bigger, the tracks have got more popular, and the shelter has got more graffiti on its walls, but everything else is the same. The Hanmer District Councils have had a management plan for Conical Hill Reserve for the last 10 years. Nothing's changed for years. Recently, the Hanmer District Council constructed toilets at the bottom of the hill, and a few years ago, some trees on the western side of the hill blew down by the northwest wind, a predominant wind. Logging contractors were engaged to clear up the hill, and now we have quite a scar on the west side where the Flyride is intended to be built. This will impact its visual look. In the Conical Hill Reserve Management Plan 2012 to 22, the Hanmer District Council was going to plant natives, enhance the look and improve the habitat of the wildlife living on the hill. But again, nothing really has been done. I strongly oppose to the Flyride for many reasons. For me, the key reason that Conical Hill is and always has been of special importance to the Hanmer Springs community, providing a great family experience and allowing walkways users to enjoy a pleasant and tranquil experience as a contrast to the business of the town centre. It costs nothing to walk up there, and it's about getting families back to nature, listening to the birds, hearing the knocking sound of the trees make as the wind blows between them, exploring the way up and the way down. This is what the hill is all about, to construct a Flyride on it will alter forever the nature of the hill and the experiences associated with its use. In my view, the initiator of the development has given little thought of the long-term effects of the hill, which I will talk about later. I know we have been allocated 15-minute slots, but I feel it's important to have the say and talk about what we believe is best for Hanmer Springs and Conical Hill. The main reason for opposing the application therefore is that this will forever change the look and the feel of the place that is recognised by the council itself as an icon of Hanmer Springs. The experience that my family and I have enjoyed over the years and all those other countless visitors to the hill. I oppose the Flyride consent for the following reasons: car parking, visual effects, preservation of natural resources, fire risks, health and safety, noise, amenities, expert evidence, and a conclusion. My comments on the above are from the perspective I am a long-time resident of Hanmer Springs. Car parking. The applicant has stated no on-site car parking will be provided. A car parking survey. That is a baby. Sorry about that. And peer review of the survey by an independent consultant completed by the Hanmer District Council to identify that there's plenty of street parking available near the side of the Flyride. The first survey had not really considered that other users park their cars. For example, many holiday homes only have enough space for one car on site, which means the other cars from visitors will need to make use of the street parking. Locals who live close to the activity who will have visitors and family, these people will also need to use the street to park. The survey does not provide enough information over a longer period as to get a better idea of how much parking is truly required. The applicant stated that the majority of the people using the Flyride would walk up to the start of the ride. We know that humans are unpredictable and can be lazy, so they would drive and park close to the activity as possible. Not enough time And both the first car park survey and the peer review has been given to get more accurate information, and a lot of assumptions have therefore been made without all the facts. Decisions need to be based on factual information for the long-term plan and the growth of Hanmer Springs. Visual effects. Visual effect on Conger Hill is a big deal in my book. As a local, you get used to the look and feel of the place. You learn to appreciate its associated qualities. For the hill, these qualities include naturalness, the absence of any building structures or commercial recreational activity. There is a mixture of native and exotic trees on the hill, but that does not, in my view, affect its naturalness. The logging operation that took place a few years back have left an ugly scar on the western side of Conger Hill. The Flyride will add to the scarring as the construction takes place, erecting the various towers as well as the building site for the stop station. There will be earthworks taking place, and there will be a need for tracks for access for the construction machinery. Tracks will also need to be in place for health and safety point of the view to access anyone that may get stuck on the ride due to the switchback system or the system failure. Preservation of natural resource. Conger Hill is a historic reserve which has a number of native indigenous vegetation thriving on it, on the reserve. Conger Hill is also the home of various wildlife. It is a bird nesting area for all sorts of different birds, including New Zealand native falcon. We currently have a falcon nesting on the western side of Conger Hill, where the proposed Flyride is to be constructed. Like I said in my introduction, this is the home to different species of native geckos, lizards, and especially rough gecko. The applicant has suggested that these delicate creatures be rehomed to an adjacent site on the western boundary of the reserve, which is totally wrong, as some of the lizards are on the endangered list. Why should these lizards be moved? They were there first, and if shifted, they would probably return to their original homes as they have been there from the turn of the century. No long-term study has been undertaken to see how the lizards would be affected in the future. Basically, from the information provided by the applicant, we have no understanding of the extent of the effect on lizards. The applicant's expert in lizards has no factual information about lizards living on the reserve. Also, what other creatures could be affected by the proposed development. In the construction process, some wildlife may be killed or maimed. We will never know the true effects. Fire risk, health and safety. As we well known by locals, the forest shuts down during the high fire season, particularly when the northwest starts blowing a gale. The forest is our second biggest tourist attraction in Hanmer Springs, alongside with the thermal pools. It is a real asset to have this forest with its many walks and mountain bike tracks, splendid views and natural features so close to the village, although fire is always a risk. With the construction and the operation of the Flyride on the western side of Conger Hill, there could be a risk of starting a fire, especially people carrying their mobile phones or smoking where they shouldn't be. If a fire started, especially in the northwest wind, the health and safety of the users of the Flyride, walkers and residents living close by would be put at risk. I have worked in Australia in my younger days in forestry, and I've seen in my own eyes the devastation and the destruction fire causes to residential buildings and the loss of lives. Touch wood, this would never happen to our beautiful forest. I don't think people realise how quickly fire can move through the forest, especially with our wind like ours. Noise. This is a biggie for me. I understand noise levels will be above the district plan requirements which will affect residents in close proximity to the Flyride activity, and noise generated from the switchback system and users who will travel further into the village, particularly when the wind is blowing or blowing a nor'west. It will be impossible for the applicant to control excited screams and shouts from users as they travel down the Flyride. I have looked at the noise report the applicant has presented and the peer review that the report by another consultant. Both reports are a high level of assumptions. I'm not an expert, but I believe the noise will exceed the permissible legal requirements set out in the district plan during construction and when the Flyride is operational. I also read in the Haranui District Council Planner evidence that the expectations of the noise will exceed the permissible legal requirement from time to time. I feel sorry for the homeowners whose houses are close to the site. Their privacy will be impacted and they will have to put up with the extra noise generated from the Flyride activity. Given the beautiful nature of the current residential environment at Conoco Hill, it is difficult to understand how these introduced noise can be anything other than annoying. But of course, potential levels of annoyance haven't been considered. Amenities. Conoco Hill has many amenity values, the majority of which are not capable of objective measurement. For a start, it is an iconic forest walk, great views from the top. It has a great feeling of freedom, getting back to nature, listening to the birds sing and breathing in the fresh air, feeling alive. It's a great family experience, older people and for couples enjoying each other in the natural outdoors. We know that well-being is very important. Walking the hill is fabulous for our well-being and helps to relieve stress from our day-to-day living, allowing us to clear our heads. We can breathe and take in the natural surroundings. It helps us maintain a healthy environment from our usual day commitments. It is very important to have access to spaces like Conoco Hill in its pure form to go and visit and just be able to simply relax and unwind. It's so great to be in a tranquil area, being able to get back to nature within walking distance of the village. Expert evidence. I have read all the consultant reports and peer reviews submitted in this application, which states that everything will be okay and that Conoco Hill won't really change. The wildlife and the birds won't change and the land won't change. But in my mind, this will destroy Conoco Hill. It will never be the same. 50,000 people walk Conoco Hill yearly. The Flyride activity will increase that to 130,000 yearly, which will definitely have an impact. So let's preserve and improve, but not to destroy our precious asset, Conoco Hill. The manufacturers of the equipment and the switchback system have designed and built a similar one in America. I would have thought that they would have their own noise assessment report on how much noise the Flyride generates, and this should form part of the applicant's application evidence. A lot of information is not factual, a lot of it assumptions, maybes, and considerations. These are some of the words that give me doubt about the whole application. Graham Abbott admits the design and the manufacturers have built a Flyride in America already, but we have not seen the specifications of the rail wire system. We don't know how much rail or wire is used. It would have been great if the community had a say on the location and how much the whole project cost to be built, including the consenting process. I agree that the thermal pools is a fabulous attraction. It's a great complex with lots of options for people to enjoy. It's a great place for families to experience what Hanmer has to offer. People come to Hanmer Springs to go to the pools, and once here, they fall in love with the place. Hanmer has great bars, cafes, retail shops, walks, mountain biking, accommodation, and its own natural beauty. They come back because Hanmer is Hanmer, not Queenstown. We have seen the problems with Queenstown, and we want Hanmer to grow, but certainly not out of control. Conclusion. The submission for the Flyride consent has encouraged the community and ratepayers to voice their concerns about the project. My opinion is that it saddens me that the applicant has not fully understood the community's concerns and the close connection they have for Conical Hill. Conical Hill Reserve is an iconic destination for visitors and for locals to walk and enjoy the nature that it offers, the great views, the smell of the forest, watching, listening to the native birds, and the benefit of our well-being. I know Conical Hill has given me lots of great memories as a child with mum and dad and siblings, which I will never forget. Other families who have not yet experienced this need to be given the opportunity to do so. Yes, let's improve the experience by upgrading the facility and add, not distract from the special place of ours. Here in Hanmer Springs, the Flyride cannot be built on Conical Hill, as it makes no sense to destroy what a wonderful experience we have. Do the economic benefits to Hanmer Springs and the Haranui district outweigh the adverse effects on Conical Hill? This is one of the big questions for the person making the final decision to consider. With better planning, communication with our community, I believe a solution could be achieved with another site from Conical Hill, which would still serve the applicant's stated need for a Flyride activity. Thank you for your time and for your considering my views.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of questions for you. Firstly, I'll start with the one at the end there. You say that it could be another site.
Yep.
What's your view on another site?
Well, if you look around, particularly on the north, we have a lot of land that's actually owned by Ngā Tahu. Now, I'm sure the pools have a relationship with Ngā Tahu. I don't know whether they considered possibly a joint venture or sort of a lease arrangement, something like that. Doc has land that possibly out to the western side off the top of Jack's Pass. That could have been a possibility in the area above the AA camp, somewhere in there. You know, like to me, I would have had a good look at what was available before I really went too much further for a site. Yeah, the site is crucial.
So just building on that, do you, you don't oppose the Flyride per se, it's the location?
It's the location. It's always been the location because, like you say, we are so fortunate to have our iconic heritage type area or a walk so close to the village.
Okay. Do you see this proposal as having benefits in terms of improving Conical Hill?
Well,
what I mean by that is upgrading.
Well, as they stated, they are going to, you know, possibly pay a royalty, which will be paid on to the council, and obviously the council will maintain Conical Hill. They will have extra money, hopefully, to maintain the hill. The hill at the moment is a bit disgraceful. You know, it's quite dangerous for probably older people because of its slippiness on the surface. So it really needs a tidy up.
When you say the hill, you mean the whole thing?
Well, not so much the hill, the track, I'm saying. You know, and, you know, just like I say, there's been a bit of weed control taking place up there, which is good. We just got to keep on top of it. We could do some more plantings to make it more beautiful, increase the wildlife habitat, stuff like that.
Do you see this as being a driver for that? Or do you think that that's going to be done in another way?
Well, I would, like to say, the council has a management plan for Conquer Hill. They haven't really invested anything much on the hill. Yes, they got rid of the wind blow to the left side. That created obviously issues. They had an opportunity to replant it. It's really, it's really for the council to maintain the reserve, not an independent person.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Right, so we've got the Hanmer horse riders. Okay, so just names.
Okay, kia ora, Commissioner and everybody present. I'm Julie. And I'm the co-president of the Hanmer Springs Horse Riding Group currently. I'm the
What's your last name, Judy?
Sorry, W-A-R-D-L-E.
Yep.
Thanks. I sit in on the Track Network Group meetings regularly. I'm a certified judge of the Cowboy Challenge Association. I've been riding and training horses for 50 years. And this is...
Good morning, I'm Jan Weaver. I'm a founding member and the current treasurer of the Hanmer Springs Horse Riders Group. I've been riding horses for over 50 years. Julie and I have both ridden the Lucas Lane track many times.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just recap with a little bit of background and the submission that we put in. Hanmer Springs Horse Riders was incorporated in 2009 with the objective to promote safe and responsible recreational horse riding in the Hanmer Springs area. One of our main activities is to advocate for continuing and enhanced access for horse riding in Hanmer Springs and the surrounding areas. In the submission, we made points that for everyone's safety, local and visiting riders need a route to get from one side of Hanmer Springs village to the other without crossing through the main CBD. The traditional route between Clarence Valley and Jollies Pass roads along the Forestry Road, Pawsons, was prohibited by the forest managers for horse riders only shortly after the TNG formed. Hanmer Springs Horse Riders lobbied for an alternative route, which initiated the formation of the Lucas Lane link some years later. This track is a critical part of the crosstown route we have advocated for from the beginning. The proposed Flyride towers are roughly parallel to the upper parts of the Lucas link at a distance of approximately 45 to 50 metres, possibly reducing to around 35 metres with the allowance of micro-sighting. We believe this is insufficient separation for safe horse riding due to the animal's acute hearing and eyesight. We believe the anticipated noise effects from Flyride patrons and the appearance of something approaching overhead could cause a horse to bolt on the track, resulting in not only danger to the horse and rider, but obviously other users on the track. So we've responded to the statement evidence of Nathan Bruce, who you brought in to comment on horse behaviour and this activity in particular. The following paragraph references are taken from his evidence. Paragraph 11 to 13, Mr. Bruce agrees that horses are prey animals with well-developed senses and that flight is the dominant response to perceived danger from suddenly occurring new sights or sounds. I don't know how familiar you are, Mr. Commissioner, with horses and horse behaviour, or anyone else in the room, but they are extremely sensitive animals. And just a simple example that might give you a bit of a visual idea. If you've ever seen a horse, you know, maybe 500 kg of horse, living, breathing animal, and then a fly lands on its shoulder. And you might think, how can such a large animal feel that? The horse was relaxed and calm, but its nervous system is now aroused. The horse, in fact, is so sensitive that you can see their response to this tiny stimulus by just a tiny quivering of a shoulder muscle, and this dislodges the fly. Para 14, Mr. Bruce goes on to state that not all horses react with the same magnitude of fear. Their reactions could be modified by differences in temperament, habituation, and desensitization. We also agree with this. If you're not familiar with desensitization, this is where a horse is experienced to lots of things. For example, cars, traffic, people, bikes, umbrellas, plastic bags. So we'll give you a little bit of an example kind of in the horse world, what that might look like. So for example, some horses in New Zealand particularly, such as standardbreds, polo ponies and thoroughbreds, may have been started to be trained on the track from 2 years old and have had multiple experiences of travelling to different locations with a lot of new stimulus and noise. These often make great trekking horses as they have been desensitized well. And we do see many of these kinds of horses getting a second chance at life in the trekking world, and they visit the village. We also see probably more people whose horses are extremely young and or inexperienced, or have only been on a farm or quiet backcountry roads. Many of our riders are visitors. They may not have ridden in steep hills or forests before, which is why Hanmer Springs has become a popular horse riding destination and why the club has built a skills course and runs training days to help people become familiar with a variety of new experiences in a safe environment with their horses. The Lucas Lane track is a vital part of that experience. Then many of the people in the group will lead visitors up Lucas track and around across to the other side before they then go out into the backcountry to experience the St. James or the Molesworth. All of us have different levels of experience, and each rider and horse combination is completely unique with a different dynamic, various levels of skills and competence and confidence. Horses are as individual as people, and so for everyone's safety, we have to provide for the lowest common denominator. Para 15, horses can see nearly 360 degrees in the horizontal plane and nearly 180 degrees in the lower half of the vertical plane, which is, you can imagine, they've got eyes on the side of their head, so they kind of look down in this direction. They can't see overhead, rather they sense overhead movement and will react adversely to any unfamiliar stimuli. I've got a little bit of an anecdotal blurb here. I thought I'd throw it in. So I was involved in the 2015 100-year anniversary of the Gallipoli landings, where we rode 100 horses through from Peak Station to Waikari. The troops of horses were split into 4 troops, 25, each from different regions of the South Island. One of the training days, we experienced a substantial earthquake during the training in the afternoon. The earthquake tremor sounded like a very low rumble overhead. The interesting thing was the riders and the horses from every region, aside from the Canterbury, were clearly agitated and highly aroused, with horses spooking and riders shrieking. The horses from the Canterbury area and the riders, we all just sat there and our horses didn't move, whereas others' horses were rearing, because our horses were habituated to aftershocks and rumbles from the earthquakes. A few hours later, the organisers decided that they need to desensitized the horses with the overhead drones, because that's how the event was going to be filmed. And the horses that already had adrenaline in their systems from the morning earthquake, and also the Canterbury horses, decided that they were very spooked, and some of them started to rear and take off. So those are just kind of like a few little examples of how it affects horses. Paragraph 23 states that a horse on the track will be unable to see the attraction due to vegetation along the track, and so therefore would be unlikely to react to any sudden movement associated with a fly ride. We've already discussed that horses do react to things overhead that they can't see. However, the other point of this is the section of the track closest to the fly ride is not on the Conical Hill Reserve, but is part of Matariki's plantation forest. These pine trees are mature now already and could be harvested at any time, meaning any presumed screening, and it is presumed, would be absent for some years. As outlined in my last comment, horses regularly do react to sudden and unexpected movements or perception of movements, and these are the situations that are most dangerous. Another wee example I just threw in there, last weekend I was at a horse event. A very experienced horse trainer was just riding away from her float. Nobody knows what it was that spooked her horse. He reared, she came off. She's still in Christchurch Hospital with swelling on her brain. These are the sorts of events we do not want on our heads in Hanmer. Paragraph 26, horses are unlikely to perceive the types of noise outlined, screaming, shrieking, to be a threat due to the distance. We do disagree with Mr. Bruce on this point. The distance is insufficient to provide safe separation due to the horse's acute hearing. Horses will also sense and react to the adrenaline generated by the fly ride users, as well as the anxiety in the rider who may have been enjoying the ambience and then had a fright themselves from a shriek or even a joyful loud whooping. And this track is particularly ambient. It's a very quiet track. You don't often hear noise on it. Paragraph 27 and 31, shouts and screams from users would be no more confronting to a horse than other noises already experienced in the area or by encountering other users on the track. And as I've just said, it's actually very rare to encounter other users on that part of the track. It's quite steep for a lot of walkers and wasn't designed for mountain bikes, so has poor track alignment and surface, so we don't encounter many mountain bikes up there. Currently, the ambient environment on the track is very quiet and calm. Horses become habituated to what tracks are like. When you introduce new things to a track that they already know, they can become highly aroused. Paragraph 30. We do agree with Mr. Burse that horses may react adversely to any aspect of the environment. Yes, the most predictable thing about horses is their unpredictability. There is no such thing as a bomb-proof horse. Paragraph 34, the installation of appropriate warning signage could be counterproductive, while obviously education and signage is obvious and a good idea. A horse will, though, immediately pick up on any anxiety from its rider and be put on alert too. So I think that would need to be addressed, really sensitive on how the signage was put in. What we're saying is, the bottom line is that we are getting more and more users each year coming to Hanmer Springs to use the track network within the Hanmer Springs basins. And this includes the horse riders from all corners of New Zealand and internationally. Hanmer Springs and its environs offer some of the world's most iconic backcountry horse trekking experience. And it's absolutely vital that we provide visitors and locals a safe environment to prepare and train, habitualize and desensitize these large and sensitive animals to the job that we're going to be asking of them. Hanmer Springs horse riders are asking for some relief during this process. If the Flyride is approved, we're asking that an alternative safe track be provided for the horse riders. This could be a new track from the north of Conacool Hill to Clarence Valley Road, similar to the existing mountain bike Flax Gully track, or a renegotiation with forestry managers to permit the horse riders on the Pawsons Road again, obviously outside of forestry operations. We're happy to take you, Mr. Commissioner, for a horse ride on Lucas Lane track, if you'd like to experience it from our perspective. Thanks.
And I say my father hated horses and I started on a motorbike. I walk the track and I agree with you, it is fairly quiet walking up there. Do you encounter mountain bikers on there?
As I said, not very often. We see them, no, they might cross at one point a bit further up, but not actually coming down. There's a lot of pine needles and I think they've got way better tracks. That's probably the reason. Yeah.
So what happens in that situation where horse going one way, mountain bike coming the other way?
It's very dodgy predicament, actually. We've got a shared track on Alligator Alley in the Hanmer Forest. And the good thing about that track is it's wide enough that you've got the mountain bike track is narrow and raised up slightly. The horse riding track is probably, or the other bit is about this wide. You can hear them coming. Usually it's the horse will sense something coming up behind it. The mountain bikers, particularly the local ones, are very good and they know to call out or slow down. But the horses, they do get spooked. Again, local horses are more habituated to it. Everybody is supposed to give way to a horse rider. Very difficult to ask a mountain biker to give way to a horse when they're puffing and riding uphill. So that's one of those situations that kind of gets negotiated at the time. But yeah.
What about downhill at speed?
The downhill, well, I had an experience when a mountain biker was actually accidentally on it's a bridleway, but it's got a tiny little zigzag down bit to the stream coming out Tarndale, and he essentially slammed on his brakes and flew over the handlebars. I'm laughing because, my horses sort of just stopped and stared. But yeah, it's not ideal, but we do manage it. We do manage shared tracks.
And the same with just walkers. Presumably that track you do encounter.
You hardly ever see anybody on that track at the moment, but we experience walkers in the forest, and yeah, I mean.
So tuning to the Flyride then I'm just trying to get an understanding of why the Flyride would be any different from those situations. Is it the screaming on that type of thing? Is it different?
It's definitely the overhead. It's the overhead movement and the noise of potential shrieks. Yeah, I mean, even the shared tracks aren't ideal. We have people coming who hate them. They don't use them.
And I accept your point about the forestry could come down and that sort of thing. When I walked it on Wednesday, we couldn't see the poles and tried to find them but couldn't see them. If that was maintained, does that make a difference? If you can't see them and it's just the noise, does that make a difference?
Not really. And you think you might not be able to see it, but they'll pick up movement in the trees. Your horse will point a deer through thick bush. Your horse will see the pig before you even noticed it. They are incredibly sensitive and incredibly perceptive. Yeah. I'm going to add that Mr. Bruce's experience is actually training polo ponies. So while I respect his expert evidence, I think there's certain situations about this that had we have had a chance to maybe ask somebody else, we might have got a slightly different view on that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Would you like a copy of our presentation?
Oh, yeah, that would be good. If you just give it to the council staff, they can arrange for it to be circulated. Okay. So Julian and Nicholas Rogers next. No. Not very often someone stands, but you're welcome to.
So I've just got a couple of quick questions that have been raised over the course of this that I would like to add to my statement of evidence. How are they going to do the maintenance on the flywire when they're proposing that this flywire is going to be operated 7 days a week? Is that going to be done after hours as well? If the operation is sold to a third party, who's going to be doing the ticketing? Who's going to control the flow of people as discussed yesterday? The next thing is the council signed off on this application to the PGF fund for the funding. Where is the council representatives at this hearing that can answer the questions regarding that? Next thing is we heard from somebody yesterday that compared Hanmer to Queenstown. I think that's an analogy none of us want in Hanmer. The next thing is the PGF fund outlined 22 more activities. I'm guessing half of those will be up on the hill as well. A quote from my son, Matthew Rogers, who's 15, who just wants the mountain bike tracks maintained, doesn't believe the activity is going to be a success. My name's Nicholas Rogers, and I'm speaking on behalf of my wife, Julie, and myself. Julie and I are based in Christchurch and have 2 children, Nicole Rogers, 24, Matthew, 15. We own property within the Hanmer Springs residential area, a holiday home at number 4 Oregon Heights, and we also have a rental property on Conical Hill and land in Jacks Bass Road as well as Leamington Street. I'm a licensed building practitioner, director of Nick Rogers Builder Limited, as well as a number of other companies. I've been building for 40 years and have employed up to 10 staff at a time. Julie has worked full-time for me in my business for the past 15 years. In 2008, we started camping in Hanmer Springs at the top 10. Nicole was 10, Matthew was 2. We loved it so much, we would set up camp for 3 to 4 weeks a year over the summer holidays until we upgraded to a caravan. It was just the perfect place to bring the children. This is when we decided Hanmer Springs was the perfect place to start many memories for our family. In 2010, we experienced the September earthquake in Christchurch, which was just the start of many, many more. In February 2011, and the June earthquake struck with devastating effect. For us and our children and our business, This caused considerable turmoil and affected us emotionally. It was the February earthquake that had the most impact, not just on our business and income, but the family, the reasons as well, for family reasons as well. I had to leave my family with the ground shaking and try and make other people's properties safe, removing up to 4 chimneys a day. This caused considerable anguish for my family as the aftershocks just keep coming. The sirens never stopped, the construction noise, the machinery, the liquefaction, the roads were broken off, no water, no toilets. It was just our children that were traumatised, but so were our animals. I relocated my family to Timaru for a while. My wife was emotionally upset. This is when we decided to purchase a section in Hanmer and build. After searching and looking for the right location, we came across number 4 Oregon Heights. This was just the perfect location. This section was bordering an iconic reserve and had views over town. We purchased this in May 2012 and moved into our new home in January 2013. This became our happy place for family and friends. This place means a lot to us. You're going to have to finish it.
This place means a lot to us. We have treasured Conoco Hill Reserve over the past years for a quiet and peaceful experience that always offers us. There are multiple species of native birds that sit in the trees and sing to us. Endangered wildlife walking through the beautiful trees that were planted in 1910 for the purpose of the public to enjoy, and the peace and quiet. We come here for most weekends, leaving feeling calm and relaxed. This location has been a healing and spiritual place for myself and my family to come to. In January 2021, we're absolutely shocked to hear of a proposed fly ride that is to be installed on Conoco Hill Reserve land. Driven by the Huronui District Council and the HSTPS. We were told about a meeting to be held in Hanmer Springs outlining their proposal. Apparently there were 2 other meetings previously that we were unaware of and had not been notified as directly affected residents. We arranged a meeting with the Mayor after the council meeting held in Hanmer Springs on the 24th of May 2021. Multiple questions were asked, but we have not had any answers. We've also applied for certain legomas, but unfortunately most of the relevant information has been blanked out. The only document we did receive was the expired PGF application with a lot of information missing. We've also read through 2 years of council minutes and there was no mention of a proposed fly wire. It just talked about the Summer 19 project. Looking back on the PGF fund, this project has been in planning since 2019. We've decided that privacy is a code word for secrecy. Due to the lack of information available in the council documents regarding the Flyride machine, I visited the company manufacturing it. I asked them what the specifications were. I was told the only public information available was on the website, which this person gave me. I looked it up but did not find any relevant information. After my own extensive research regarding the Flyride machine, I see that they have built one other in the world and it's in the theme park in America. It is 10% wire and 90% rail. I believe this one that is proposed to be installed is 2080. Evidence from Marshall Day Acoustics states under system generated noise will be minimal. From the publicly available information on the Flyride system, we do not believe that the information is publicly available. Therefore, we do not believe that the acoustic report is accurate and has been written on assumptions. Clearly, throughout this process and planning by the council for the Flyride project, not once had they taken into any consideration the residents, ratepayers, visitors, holidaymakers, and the wider community, and how we feel about the values of Conoco Hill and the impact that the Flyride will have on our amenity values. There has not been any compassion shown towards the affected parties or negotiations. We feel we have been bullied and intimidated, and the community has been divided. We are disappointed that the discussions that have been made to date have been kept out of public view and behind closed doors. This is a total lack of thought to the environment and nature that has taken so long to establish itself in Conical Hill Reserve. Parking, as discussed at the last community board meeting regarding Hanmer's parking review that is soon to take place, this parking review should be taken in conjunction with the application, because if it gets approved, the whole community parking structure will be affected. If they get people walking from town like suggested, then that will cause congestion around the central town, which will then create problems for businesses and their own customer car parking. Oregon Heights is part of a no parking plan allocating parks for a Flyride, which in turn affect us as residents, as there will not be any parking for our visitors and our own vehicles. What are they going to do to reduce the congestion around residential streets? Are time limits going to be applied? The noise produced from this activity is going to have a huge impact on our amenity value, our peace and our quiet. Not only will it be the noise from the machine, but the noise created by people screaming while on the machine, extra traffic noise and pedestrians. We cannot believe the council in their right minds would even consider installing a fun park on an established reserve bordering a residential area when there are many other locations around Hanmer Springs. This is a whole new activity, not just an extension to something that has always been there. In the documentation, they talk about selling this activity onto a private operator. A generator, we have been informed that this gravity-driven machine that doesn't require power, but have now been found that there is a generator to be installed. We have a few questions on this generator. Where is the noise assessment for this proposed generator? Where will the filling station be and containment zone be for refueling? How will the fuel be transported? What safety procedures are in place to protect the forest and environment and people? And how big is this generator? Because we believe they've spent $90,000 on it, which we're assuming it's going to be large. Night flights. In the PGF fund application that we received, there was a mention they are proposing to do night flights. This is causing a huge anxiety knowing our peaceful, blissful Conical Hill Reserve could be turned into a fun park by night. Is this what the generator is for? To power the lighting as well as the facilities? I'm not quite sure if you know, but Hanmer Springs is a little bit like Tekapau and has stargazing. And we have known that we have to install correct lighting in Hanmer to protect the stargazing. Wildlife and trees. The Flyride will be detrimental to our wildlife. We have personally experienced the falcons as they fly around rasping to each other, normally around nesting time. Also, we have the geckos, which are equally precious, the large number of tuis and bellbirds and wood pigeons. They're among the trees with us. It is such a privilege to live near protected species. It is proposed that over 70 named trees are going to be removed and cleared for this activity. Some of these trees were planted over 100 years ago and have provided a habitat for many of the wildlife and perfect environment to nurture these creatures. These trees also protect the hillside from erosion. Multiple trees were taken out approximately 6 years ago and a planting plan was meant to follow, which has never happened. If they remove the trees now, why would we trust the council to regenerate the planting after all these years? There is going to be so much damage to this reserve for the installation of this activity. Trees will not be able to be planted under the wire as they will need to access the wire to get people down for health and safety reasons. Conclusion. To the Commissioner, please have respect and empathy for our beautiful Conical Hill Reserve and its fauna and flora. We need to protect it for future generations and our children. It is very sad that in this world we live in now, some organisations like the Huranui Council and the Hot Springs Pools are putting profit over our environment. I was leaving here last weekend and Nick was in the car and I came down our stairs are raised. And these people started walking up our stairs and said, oh, here's the entrance to the Conical Hill Walkway. I said, are you looking for something? And she said, oh, we're looking for the Conical Hill Walkway. I said, this is our house. And they were walking up our stairs to our house. as an entrance to the Conoco Hill Walkway. And in the last 2 trips I've made back here, we've got empty tin cans and drink bottles and rubbish under our outdoor furniture. So clearly people are going up our stairs and making themselves at home at our place while we're not there, thinking it's part of the Conoco Hill Walkway.
Why do you think they think that? Why, is it just a lack of signage or?
It's a lack of direction for the public. There's always people asking for directions, always. No one knows where they're going.
Excuse me, sir, if I can assist with that. I did a site visit yesterday afternoon and checked on Google Maps to see how it was navigating. This came up yesterday. How Google Maps was navigating people towards Conoco Hill Reserve. Even though I was on Conoco Hill Road, it pushed me up the private right of way at the end of Oregon Heights, and then using the private access to get in. One of my colleagues contacted Google this morning to sort it out, so it's now resolved. It should help you.
But why has it taken so long for all this stuff to happen? Why has it taken till now, till you want something from us?
I think the issue's been raised and obviously Mr. Smith has gone on and resolved that. Why Google Earth are doing that is.
Oh, it's full of errors.
Yeah, yeah, and it was raised yesterday, yeah. But clearly there is I mean, I don't expect everyone is following Google Earth either, so clearly there's some signage problems in directing people, so.
I'll address those later.
Yep, I'm sure you're going to. I think all the questions I've asked, I've already asked them. I don't know whether there's any more that I can ask of you that I've already asked other people. I don't think anything more raises there. I take it from you're concerned about the impact and the tranquility that this thing will affect on the hillside, which you obviously value. Is that pretty much it? Yeah. Okay, and presumably about the car parking on the street. Actually, one question I did have for you, how many people during peak periods park their vehicles on Oregon Heights? So residents I'm talking about, when I say residents, I'm including people who are actually holidaying there as well. So what is the on-street parking like? So I drove up there today, there were 5 vehicles parked along that car park. Is that?
That's not normal, because in a busy, I mean, we're obviously talking about peak time here. We're not talking about the weekdays, because the weekdays are generally pretty quiet.
Yeah, but we are sitting in school holidays at the moment. So.
Yeah, I know, but
it's normally like it is today. That's pretty standard.
About 5 on there, 5 or 6 people parking.
We've only bought 1 car this time. We normally bring 2, so maybe 6 or 7 cars, I'd say.
Yep. And so I think one of the previous, maybe Mr. Carter said this morning, a lot of people don't only have 1 space. Is that?
Yeah.
And if they bring 2 or it's a holiday home.
In our case, normally a trailer as well.
And a trailer as well.
So,
yeah.
you know, it's pretty congested already.
But holiday homemakers, people that generally rent the houses around the area, they will normally have more than 1 family in a house. So there'll be other people. There won't be just 1 family to one of those.
So that I think it's Batch Care next to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's got a number of car parks sort of up there, but does that cater for what?
No, so there's
okay.
Yeah, so they've only got 2 car parks. One's got 1 car park and one's got 2. So that leaves 3 without car parking.
Right. Okay. That's what I did wonder.
And then if you go to the lane behind us, where you enter Oregon, up to 8 on Oregon.
Yep.
None of those houses would have any more than 1 car park. And it's a private right of way. So most of their visitors or guests will park in that parking area on this.
Oh yeah, on the roundabout. Yep.
And there's not many parks there, and you count up how many houses are up there.
And there's yellow lines all up one side because
that's right.
The road is not wide enough.
Yeah, to 2 cars. Yeah, I saw that. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, morning tea. We're right on time. So, no, I'm actually over time. Morning two's supposed to have finished. So I'll take a 15-minute break, and then I think we've got Nigel and Claire Shatford. Are you here?
I think you'll find it via Zoom.
Shatford's via Zoom?
I think they're in Australia.
They haven't informed me of that.
So they're popular Oregonites. And they were supposed to be attending by Zoom, as far as I was aware.
It's Akron Heights.
Akron Heights, rather, yeah.
You don't know?
No, not but I can send them.
Yeah, maybe we better try and we'll see if we can find out. And then Mr. Martin, you're after that. And then Mr. Smith. Yep. And then I've got Mr. Cleary, Friends of Conical Hill after that. Okay. Wait, you've got 15 minutes to find out whether they're on or not, and we'll otherwise we'll just bring everyone forward. Okay, thank you. Right. Okay, so we're jumping to Mr. Martin. We can't locate the Zephyrs.
Okay,
So we'll jump to you.
okay. So hello, and thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak at this hearing. It is my wish that this report and the associated photographs be tabled. My name is Gavin Martin, and I have been a resident of Hanmer Springs since 1985 and have worked in the area since 1972. I have been heavily involved in adventure tourism in Hanmer Springs, both as an owner-operator, company director, employee and employer for 36 years, having founded Hanmer Springs' first professional jet boat company, Aburi Jet, back in 1985. I have also owned or have had an interest in various other successful adventure tourism and visitor accommodation businesses here in Hanmer Springs. I continue to be involved in the industry, interacting with visitors as an employee of Hanmer Springs Attractions. I make this statement as a long-term resident, not a current business owner. It is with great sorrow that I have watched the Hanmer Springs community become divided on this issue. This has largely occurred as a result of exposure on social media. As a means of contacting people who may be affected, I started a Facebook page known as Friends of Conoqua Hill. As a result of the Friends of Conoqua Hill Facebook page being formed, and after gaining exposure on social media, an ex-deputy mayor, ex-councillor and contractor to the Huronui District Council formed a rival Facebook group made up largely of those likely to benefit from the proposal to counter our group's genuine concerns. I'm very sorry to have been part of the process that has led to this division. My thoughts. I'm well aware of the economic benefits that visitors, and in particular, domestic tourism brings to Hanmer Springs. Hanmer Springs is very fortunate and possibly somewhat unique in that it doesn't appear to suffer from economic downturn or global events such as the current pandemic to any degree. Indeed, it seems to benefit by such events. Current visitor numbers are the highest they've ever been in the past 30 years as a result of the current domestic tourism situation. This, in my opinion, is likely to continue as more people discover Hanmer Springs. We most certainly don't need another major attraction to lure people here. This is backed up by statistics in the Hanmer Springs Business Association AGM minutes, and I quote the following figures from members and local industry leaders. Paul Bajan accommodation for 12 months till July 2021, Huronui spend by visitors up 16% or $15 million compared to 2019, the national average being 5%. For accommodation, there has been an 11% increase. Jackie Frame Real Estate. Since COVID had to limit the number of people at open homes to 10 at a time, there was a lack of supply and huge demand. Shane Adcock, Marketing Manager of the Thermal Pools and Huronui Tourism. Tourism spend is higher than average compared to the year ending June 2020, which is 28.6%, but compared to 2019, up 16%, compared to 5% nationally. Website traffic wanted a 20% increase in website sessions, but got a 198% increase, a huge increase in website traffic from the North Island. I'm also very aware that Hanmer is very much a family-friendly destination where people come to escape the trappings of modern life and soak up the ambience and natural features that Hanmer Springs offers in abundance. Of course, it attracts others that experience our natural amenities, such as those that participate in the running events in and around Conoqua Hill. For instance, the Conoqua Hill Challenge and Half Marathon that attracts around 1,200 runners and crew and benefits the village greatly. I concur strongly with the report done by the Commissioner of the Environment in 2019, where he attempts to address the environmental consequences of tourism growth. And I quote the following: New Zealand offers fortunate travellers the chance to visit and experience some of the last vestiges of a fast vanishing world. New Zealanders themselves, often as a result of their own overseas travels, have started to sense that experiences that they have taken for granted at home are much rarer and at much more risk than they had realised. In selling access to these experiences, tourism risks becoming an extractive industry in its own right, and an explorable growth in numbers risks an irreversible decline in both environmental quality and the human experience of it. that could run the risk of killing the goose that lays the golden egg. The report identifies the following key points amongst others that are very relevant to Conover Hill Reserve. These are visitor density and loss of natural quiet, solid waste generation and management, infrastructure development and landscape modification, biodiversity loss and biosecurity risk, greenhouse gas emissions. Now, at this point, I'd like to make it quite clear that neither myself nor the group of residents known as Friends of Conover Hill are opposed to the development as such, but rather the proposed location on Conover Hill. This is an area that means so much to so many in terms of natural quiet, peace and tranquility, birdsong, wildlife interactions, along with recreational and fitness opportunities. Citing a Flyride or any other adventure tourism any tourism attraction in this location will, in my opinion, severely compromise, erode or destroy the amenity values that past, present and future generations of visitors to Conover Hill hold in such high regard. Much of the above is confirmed in reviews left on TripAdvisor. This Conover Hill Reserve is Hanmer's #2 attraction. I've got appendices to show that. Myself, ex-wife and children first lived on Acheron Heights in 1987. It was a wonderful place to raise a family with the nearby Conover Hill Reserve only a stone's throw away. My children, who were very young at the time, could safely be left to play in the area along with mum and dad, and loved exploring in Conover Hill, where they would walk the tracks, where we would walk the tracks, race each other, pick up pine cones and generally enjoy the peace and ambience offered, the quietness and the birds. Fast forward and now my children and grandchildren still enjoy everything Conover Hill has to offer. My adult children in particular, who have very busy lives in the business and public sectors, value Conover Hill as a place to escape the rat race. My son is intending to build on my land where I currently reside at 32 Acheron Heights. So my grandson, who unfortunately suffers from cerebral palsy, can enjoy the same things in exactly the same location as he did as a child. Because of my fondness for Conover Hill, I led to the opportunity to once again live there and purchase, along with a former partner, what is known as 8 on Oregon. We developed this property as a very high-end couples lodge, due entirely to the benefits offered by being immediately adjacent to and with direct access to Conover Hill Reserve. We heavily promoted Conover Hill, the views, the peace and the bird life, and as a result achieved very good reviews and ratings on platforms such as TripAdvisor and Google. The current owner continues to heavily promote its location and the benefits of being on Conover Hill. Unfortunately, I was forced to part with 8 on Oregon, but led to the opportunity to once again live on Acheron Heights. This time at the highest point with spectacular views, but above all else, the peace and quiet afforded to me by having Conover Hill Reserve on my boundary. I am 66 years of age, and before purchasing my section of 32 Acheron Heights, I carried out due diligence to ensure it would be a quiet, peaceful place to build a house in my retirement. Having lived in the area before, of course, I knew it was. The only concern I had was the council vehicle track to the council's water supply and for access to my property. My lawyer confirmed that it was held in residential, over which I held a dominant tenement and access rights. Historically, people trespassed over what is now my land and the council land to and from Conover Hill and the forest. Of course, at the time, no one lived up there, so there was no problem as far as privacy, noise and other issues were concerned. There was also no signage encouraging its use, and it was only ever known to locals well before holiday homes became popular. The land was uninviting, being covered in scrub and broom and saw very little use. I've since built on 32 Acheron Heights and have cleared the scrub and broom and are very concerned at the impact the Flyride will have on the peace, quietness and bird life I value. I've also been recently granted resource consent to establish a very unique couples retreat on my property. The proposed Flyride will have an impact on my guests. Specifically, my concerns are the following. Amenity values. As mentioned above, I specifically chose to set my retirement on Conover Hill and specifically 32 Acheron Heights, where I can enjoy the peaceful environment and the wonderful bird life that lives in and close to the reserve. To this end, I have planted several hundred native plants and continue to do so to provide habitat for birds and wildlife. As a keen and well-known local photographer, I like nothing more than sitting on my deck and soaking up the peace and quiet while observing the birds coming and going. On any given day, I can observe tuis, bellbirds, New Zealand falcon, quail, and other species. The bird song at times is incredible. I am also part of the local trapping group that seeks to eliminate predators on Conoqua Hill and in the surrounding area. It seems very counterintuitive to me to control these pests and protect the bird life just to have the intense commercial adventure tourism proposal that is the Flyride and associated human activity drive them away. Acheron Heights Walkway, or more correctly, 34 Acheron Heights, being residential land owned by the Huronui District Council. This is shown by Ruff and Milne on sheet 7 of the report as being part of the Conoqua Hill Reserve, when clearly it is not. And please refer to the map that I've included here. I'm extremely concerned at the inclusion of 34 Acheron Heights as a walkway to Conoqua Hill and the Flyride. As the adjoining landowner who has an easement over it as access to my property, I am already affected by noise, trespass, loss of privacy and theft as a result of the Huronui District Council promoting its use by way of signage. And once again, I've got evidence of the signage there. Back in December of 2020, and before the resource consent application was lodged, and after expressing my concerns with the Huronui District Council, a meeting was held on site with Mr. Abbott and a separate meeting with Mr. Charlie Hutt from the Huronui District Council. Both asked me what I would like to see as a resolution to my problem. I suggested at the time that current signage should be removed and 34 Acheron Heights not be used for public access. As an alternative, I suggested that this wasn't acceptable, then just the signage promoting its use should be removed. The outcome of this meeting was for the Huronui District Council to tell me they own the land, they can do what they like with it, and it would continue to be used as a walkway. I should add at this point that it does not appear on any of the Huronui District Council lists or maps as a reserve walkway or footpath. The maps provided by the Walking Access Commission clearly show it as being residential and not public access. Mr. Abbott's response was to have it included in the resource consent application. I don't believe the fact that it is residential has been taken into account whatsoever. In the resource consent application parking assessment, Nova Group state, and I quote, "The public footpath access from Acheron Heights through to Conoqua Hill is only well known to locals and not to people from outside the area." Mr. Abbott in his evidence states the following, and once again I quote, "The application does not propose to use, and in brackets or encourage, use of the existing track at 34 Acheron Heights. Hanmer Springs Thermal Pools and Spa intends to promote use of the common access at the top of Conoqua Hill. This will be through various mechanisms, including the Flyride website, any websites the ride is advertised through, signage and customer service within the eyesight information centre at the exit of the thermal pools and on signage outside the thermal pools." Now, I recently took the opportunity to ask people using the walkway why they chose to use Acheron Heights rather than the main entrance. And I should add that none of these were locals. Answers consisted of the following: it's shorter and you don't have to walk up the steep bit at the bottom of the main entrance. We followed the signs from Alpine Avenue. We were driving around sightseeing and noticed the sign. And I should add here that having living on Acheron Heights now for a while, we do get a number of visitors just randomly driving around the streets. The information was in our holiday house. We've stayed up here before and found out about it then. Now, I would expect that a proposal which could have up to 60 passengers per hour, 7 days a week, all year round, must inevitably add to the number of people walking directly past my residence. In response to Mr. Abbott's evidence that he does not propose to use or encourage the use of 34 Acheron Heights, can I suggest that should the Commissioner be of a mind to grant the consent, and I certainly hope that this doesn't occur, that the current signs promoting its use should be removed and the exit off Conover Hill walkway to Acheron Heights have a no exit sign erected. Given that this exit is the closest exit to the proposed end station, it is reasonable to assume that a large number of those using the Flyride, along with spectators, will use this exit and walk directly by my residence. Noise. Of particular concern is the noise I currently have to endure from people using 34 Acheron Heights as the walkway. As the walkway is a mere 4.2 metres away from my house. And I've shown evidence of that as well, sir. This will increase significantly and severely impact on the quiet enjoyment of my property. As it is, I find myself drawing the curtains and having to walk behind my house to retain my privacy and limit interaction with people walking past. Parking. In spite of what the parking assessments show, I can assure the Commissioner that Acheron Heights, and particularly the cul-de-sac at the end, where are we? I can assure the Commissioner that the Acheron Heights, and particularly the cul-de-sac at the end, do become very congested as a result of people driving as close as they can to Conover Hill to find a park. In addition, Fire and Emergency New Zealand have acknowledged that a 4-metre gap is required to preserve property and life in an emergency. This is not possible when cars are parked either side of Acheron Heights. And once again, sir, I do have evidence to show that. This has been brought to the attention of the Hurunui District Council and the Community Board and acknowledged by Councillor Mary Holloway as an ex-resident of Acheron Heights, both at a Community Board meeting and to me via email. I would fully support limiting parking to one side of the cul-de-sac and or making the cul-de-sac portion of Acheron Heights residents-only parking. Wildlife. As a conservationist and keen wildlife photographer, I'm extremely concerned at the unquantified and potentially very significant effects the proposal will have on wildlife. Geckos and lizards are present throughout the area and liable to be disturbed and killed during the construction process. New Zealand falcon are present, nest on the reserve, and are a well-known and loved species amongst local residents, even though they get swooped upon. I was asked by Mr. Rodley, submitted number 44, to take a photo of the location he watched fledglings being fed and trained to fly from by the parent birds. This I did, and it clearly shows the location in very close proximity of the proposed end station. Doc have also been supplied with a copy of this photograph. I should point out that in his supplementary evidence, Mr. Rodley refers to observing the falcons just above his house, about 100 metres away. He is in fact referring to a spot within the reserve above his house and not actually above his house as such. This has been confirmed by Mr. Rodley in a telephone conversation to me. The photo supplied shows the location of the viewing. In reference to paragraph 25 of Mandy Tocker's evidence, this would confirm that the birds observed by Mr. Rodley were nesting within Conover Hall Reserve and not outside the reserve and closer to Oregon Heights as stated. Having observed these beautiful and endangered species on an almost daily basis at another location, I am fully aware that they nest on the ground in roughly the same area year after year. Of particular concern is the fact that should consent be granted, that construction will take place during the breeding season, being September to December, and habitat will be destroyed and the birds driven out of the reserve. Once they are fully fledged, the birds spend a lot of time in the very big pines flying from one to another. The adult birds spend some time teaching the fledglings to hunt by having them fly back and forth between the trees and dropping prey for them to catch. This takes place over several weeks. I've observed this behaviour on many occasions, both on Conover Hill and at the other locations referred to. In summary, to summarise, I would just like to repeat that I'm not opposed to the project as such. but I'm definitely opposed to its location on Conoco Hill and how this project has evolved, especially as there are potentially other suitable locations. We should not have to pay such a hefty price to preserve what so many in the community hold dear and to preserve the peace and quiet we currently enjoy at the expense of chasing the tourist dollar. This is especially so given that Hanmer Springs has enjoyed large economic benefits as a result of COVID and is liable to continue to do so due to increased exposure to domestic tourists. It is my view that the Hanmer Springs Pools and Spa are showing little social conscience and are simply treating those affected, along with our endangered wildlife and fragile environment, as collateral damage in order to push this through. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ask you about number 34 then?
Yep.
It's actually a section. Could you build on it?
You can't, because where the building platform would be is where the town water supply is.
That's where the tank is.
That's where the big tank is.
So it's a right of way up to the tank.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. So when, what's your feeling for the numbers of people using it on a regular basis?
Using 34?
Using 30, yeah, as a walking act.
It varies. It does vary. There's a mixture of, there's a few locals that use it because they've come to know about it over the years. But it does get a lot of visitor use at times.
So what would you see on a weekend, for example, on a Saturday? What would the numbers? What are you likely to see?
Well, pre-COVID, when North Islanders could travel down here on a weekend. I've only just stopped working full time, so I haven't been at home a lot of weekends until recently. I would guess maybe between, well, it's very large variation, but from day to day, but you can get upwards of 60 or 70 people walking up there. It really depends.
And is there a mixture of people who have walked up the hill to get to it, or going down the hill, and those who have parked?
It is. It's predominantly people, I guess, that have they're staying in holiday homes in the region. So it's directly linked to the almost directly linked to the occupancy of the holiday homes, but also, and below me is Alpine Avenue. And the council have a sign down there directing people to Acheron, to the Conoco Hill via what they call the Acheron Heights walkway.
So the sign is directing people.
The signage does direct people to there. You might be interested to note that when I moved there, before I got plants that established, and it was obvious that which area of the land I owned, I had a lot of trespass going on. I still get people walking behind my section, walking behind the house and take photographs because it has exceptional views of the mountains. So I erected a sign. And I put the sign at the bottom of the walkway, and it simply said, it was quite a professional looking sign, had the big cross on it, and it said no entry, no entry, council and resident vehicles only. But underneath that, I did have walking access only to Conoco Hill. The council removed it. And upon removing it, vehicles continued to try and drive up 34 Acheron Heights. Problem is, only a portion of 34 Acheron Heights is sealed, yes. And that came as about a result of me building the house. The upper portion is very rough and very steep and four-wheel drives only. So people do tend to try and drive up, but you realise they can't and have to back down. It becomes very, very problematic, especially in the winter. That area is shaded throughout the day, and ice can remain there throughout the day. And the council themselves have acknowledged that it's potentially a problem for driving up there. I think I've read somewhere in community board minutes that should they become aware of the problem, they may put a sign up.
Or a chain?
Well, I haven't seen them in a chain, but certainly a sign that says no vehicle access. But at this point, they don't intend to limit pedestrian access, which is of a concern to me.
My other question was, you again, someone who said that you're not opposed to the development per se, just the location.
That's correct.
So what's your?
I think there's two brilliant alternative locations. One is from the top of Jack's Pass down the Rogerson Valley. It would end at the AA Motor Camp. There's ample parking there. It has no impact whatsoever on any residential properties. And it provides outstanding views. And it's been mentioned by a few mountain bikers that reside in Hanmer Springs that it could coincide with a downhill mountain bike track along the same area. A second alternative would be what used to be the fire lookout on Jolly's Pass Road. So that's a public road. Does require a little bit of upkeep, mainly four-wheel drive users out this way.
I have biked in it.
You have biked it? Okay, so you can see where the road ducks off to the left there. That's where the fire lookout is, or used to be rather. And that would also be a great location with the Flyride finishing down at the old historic Jolly's Pass hotel site. Once again, ample car parking, easily reached, and absolutely no impact on residential properties or people's amenity values. That was seen to me to be the two most obvious places to put it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, have you got a video?
Well, I wanted to show, but we haven't been able to provide something to show. Okay, so the video shows the one in America, and to me, it shows how noisy this new Flyride is liable to be to residents. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's okay, thank you. So the video didn't play too well, but my understanding is there's pretty much a replica of what's going up on the hill, with the exception of the ratio of wire to rail. And I mean, you can see by that video that they're not going particularly fast, but they appear to be quite noisy. And I'd imagine that given that Hanmer Springs' predominant wind is northerly or northwest, slowing down the ride towards the end to try and mitigate the noise will have very minimal effect, because I'd imagine the noise would carry all the way down the valley for the duration of the ride.
Okay, thank you.
Good, thank you.
Okay, so you got Mr. Smith. Give me a second, I'll just.
Okay, my name's William Smith. I own 24 Oregon Heights. I'd like to add a brief couple of additions to my submission. I think Miss Vicky Baker is going to cover the bulk of my submission. The couple of points that I will raise, I just wanted to do it personally. I've owned 24 Oregon Heights for 10 months with a plan of becoming a permanent resident in Hanmer. I live there 3 nights a week, approximately at the moment, sometimes more, sometimes less, depending on workload. During the process of purchasing the property, I specifically asked if there was any impact of the fly wire zip line coming to this side of the hill. And I was specifically told it wasn't, it was going on the back side of the hill. Had I known it was coming to this side of the hill, I wouldn't have purchased the property. Given the impact it's going to do or will do to all the residents on Oregon Heights. I specifically would have expected when requiring the limb for the property, given it was a planned council addition, that it would have been declared on the limb, which at that time it wasn't. I think it would have been the right thing to do to actually declare it, given it was already in the planning stages. I bought the place because it's location, tranquility, the peace, the quiet. There's very rare places like that left to live. I think it's the most beautiful spot in New Zealand I've been to. I've travelled the country a lot, but I've been coming to Hanmer for over 20 years, and it's took me a long time to actually get the place that I really feel to be at home and to spend the rest of my life in Hanmer Springs. The peace and quiet in the morning with the native birds, it's just, there's no comparison. There's not a breath of wind. It's the most beautiful place to wake up to sit and watch the sunset. Absolutely no noise whatsoever. Until yesterday, none of the applicant's consultants had actually communicated or attempted to communicate and come and visit to take in the values of the property or the impact that the zip line will have on living at 24 Oregon. The noise will be the biggest impact, and the privacy, both the same concern. Standing on the balcony is roughly 50 metres away. There's minimal planting. The planned planting program that the council have put forward will take approximately 10, 20 years to actually make any impression or protect against privacy in particular. So I'm 100% against the location of the zip line, not per se the option of adding it to the commercial business of Hanmer Springs. In brief, that's my two main points: the privacy and the noise.
I've been onto your deck.
Yes.
And had a look from there. So just to let you know, I did go and look from your deck, and I know Mr. Milne went up there yesterday. And
I was there, yeah.
Yeah, I understand that you were there. So your primary concerns are obviously privacy.
Privacy is a big one. It just looks straight in.
Yeah. So if the screening was there, would you still have concerns?
The noise would be there. You can hear everything. Even people on the walkway, walking, chattering. You know, I'd like to offer a weekend, just to have a weekend there, just to take it in, and you'll see for yourself. But it's clear because there's no wind and it's really, really quiet. The voice travels quite a distance.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've now got Friends of Conical Hill, which I understand, Mr. Cleary, you're leading. Right. Brilliant. Copies to this one. Copies, Joe?
Oh, yes, that'd be great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Might want to just push the mic away from the papers. Evidently, when people are listening to it, it's rustling.
Righty-ho. Good tip. Just before I start, Mr. Commissioner, Ms. Barker has advised me that she has to leave by 1 o'clock. I don't expect that we will take that long in terms of presenting the case, but
Yep.
I just thought I'd bring that to your attention. So the submissions to start are filed on behalf of friends of Conical Hill, a group of Hanmer residents whose principal objective is to protect the values and characteristics associated with the hill. The group strongly opposes the grant of consent for the Flyride proposal, viewing a large-scale downhill amusement ride, to use the applicant words, to be fundamentally incongruous with the values and characteristics of the hill. As submitted as a necessary and an inappropriate commercial exploitation of a resource which is identified in council documentation as an icon of the Hanmer Springs community. And I just set out at 2 and 3 the scope of submissions and the statutory framework. I don't need to take you through that. And over the page, I just refer to the permitted baseline. And Ms. White, having stated in, this is paragraph 3.3, stating her evidence, the permitted baseline is appropriate to apply to the present application. And then she went on to say that what this means, that the activity being a recreation activity is fundamentally an appropriate activity on the site, and that she considers the permitted baseline to be of particular relevance to the activity proposed, which is a recreation activity. 3.4, Ms. White has now changed her opinion, stating in a summary that she does not rely on the permitted baseline in any way. And I'd submit this is a responsible concession given the failure to provide any evidence of a hypothetical, non-fanciful alternative which would allow for a reasonable comparison with a proposal which is of a highly specific and unique nature. And while the plan permits recreational activities within the open space zone subject to compliance with standards, the term is undefined. As such, in theory, there's an extremely broad range of activities that may fit within this term. In reality, however, at least in respect of the site, realistically, this is more likely to be limited to low impact recreation activities such as walking and cycling, activities that are synonymous with historical and present day use of Conical Hill Reserve and its surrounds. In positive effects, it's proper to acknowledge the importance of a community-owned operation such as the thermal springs. Whatever contribution it makes to the district is, however, relevant to this particular application. It is also accepted that there will be some positive benefits associated with the proposal, including employment opportunities during the design, construction, and operational phase. Beyond that, however, it's submitted that no weight should be given to Mr. Abbott's statement that Flyride is expected to inject $4 million into the local economy in its first 5 years. No independent economic analysis has been provided to support that statement of expectation, evidence that would, for example, confirm the level in percentage terms of contribution any revenue earned, if any revenue is earned, would make towards the annual GDP of Hanmer Springs. And now you've just heard from Mr. Martin. He set out some statistics regarding what is quite obviously a very healthy local economy. So it is not as if in my submission that sort of, so Hanmer Springs is in urgent need of a further amusement ride. Further, at paragraph 4.4, reference in Mr. Abbott's evidence to the likelihood of a set percentage of turnover from Flyride being used to upgrade Conical Hill and to provide for much needed investment should also be ignored, absent a firm and enforceable condition of consent which guarantees these outcomes. In terms of the assessment of effects, I start off by saying I accept the applicant has undertaken a degree of community consultation, and that is to be expected. But in preparing their assessment of effects and evidence for the hearing, the applicant's experts, however, not in my submission, made any meaningful effort to establish the values which the community associate with Conical Hill. And I'd submit this is the type of failure which led the court to be critical of the experts in the Yaldhurst Quarries decision. The court went on at paragraph 151 of that decision to make its position clear that an inquiry of residents' amenity values as they experience them may have assisted in determining where the threshold of acceptable effects lies, a position that was, of course, upheld on appeal. It is therefore left to residents to plug the gaps in the applicant's analysis, and significant and sincere effort has been applied to this task. And just by way of example, Mr. Carter has described his lifelong association with Conical Hill, with memories of childhood experiences on the reserve still fresh in his mind. Mr. Martin describes Conical Hill as such. This is an area that means so much to so many in terms of natural quiet, peace and tranquility, birdsong, wildlife interactions, along with recreational and fitness opportunities. Mr. Rogers has said that his family have treasured Conical Hill Reserve over the past years for the quiet and peaceful experience that it always offers us. We come here most weekends and leave feeling calm and relaxed. This location has been a healing and spiritual place for myself and my family to come to. The applicant may seek to dismiss such evidence as sentimental in nature, but however, in my submission, it is evidence which evokes a deeply held, long-lasting and sincere connection with Conical Hill. It is the characteristics and values of the hill which have cemented this connection. In terms of the assessment on wildlife, submitters on the application have essentially been faced with a slow drip feed of information regarding the amusement ride's potential effects on endangered species that populate Conical Hill. In respect of native falcons, the long-term residents, the Rodleys, have confirmed that Conical Hill is a very popular breeding area for native falcon. They dispute Ms. Tosha's key finding that there is a lack of evidence that falcon nest on Conical Hill, and confirm instead that they have observed nesting just above their house. Mr. Martin has sort of shown you a photograph where fledglings were observed, which is in close proximity to the end station of the Flyride. As a result, Ms. Tosha has suggested some conditions which may assist in mitigating effects on falcon. But that aside, it would seem highly likely that a further wildlife permit will be required from DOC, given the proposal of disturb native falcon, which is an absolutely protected species under the Wildlife Act. With respect to geckos and lizards, the applicant cases essentially leave this to be resolved by the wildlife permit, which has been lodged but yet to be obtained. And Ms. Tosha, in a summary evidence, acknowledged a legitimately held concern that neither the application nor the evidence contains sufficient detail as to the nature and scale of effects and management approaches to be adopted to avoid or mitigate such effects. Ms. Tosha has now sought to fill in some of the details, but without actually making available the most relevant and critical document. The applicant sought to obtain a confidentially order in respect of the lizard management plan, which was declined. And despite this, the applicant has failed to make the document available to submitters prior to the hearing. Ms. Tosha's evidence from yesterday includes a broad level summary of the approach she has taken in preparing the lizard management plan and its contents. This includes an assessment of lizard values, assessment of habitat fauna significance, and an assessment of effects on lizard population and habitat. Ms. Tosha also refers to a generous mitigation package that, in her opinion, will more than balance anticipated lizard population and habitat losses. Areas cleared for the Flyride proposal will be rehabilitated subject to a strict management regime, and a new habitat of over a hectare is to be established, and the conservation covenant is apparently being sought as compensation offset against these effects. Reading between the lines of this summary, it's apparent that significant mitigation and or offsetting is required to compensate for a proposal that would result in the inevitable loss of lizard population and habitat on the site. So ultimately, the summary presented to you, however, remains essentially an outline only of the applicant's proposal. It remains impossible, therefore, to test Ms. Tosha's analysis and to accurately determine precisely how significant the effects on lizards will be, whether the new habitat proposed will be effective, and whether or not the offsetting is either adequate or appropriate. Further, we would have had the opportunity to receive fulsome and detailed evidence as the inherent risks associated with offsetting. I understand Ms. Bauer will address you further on this matter, it being within her area of professional academic experience, and I acknowledge that she has submitted on the application, but she has advised that she will be sort of referring to academic research that she's undertaken on the issue of biodiversity offsetting well before she had any knowledge of this proposal. So in that respect, any professional academic opinion she has on the issue of offsetting could not be said to be tainted by the fact that she is a submitter. Further, Dr. Brewer, sorry. Further, at 520, none of the mitigation, compensation and offsetting measures summarised by Ms. Tosha, including site rehabilitation, new habitat creation, and the possibility of a conservation covenant, are proposed as conditions of consent. And so rhetorically, therefore, how can these features of the proposal be taken into account or given any meaningful weight? You have no assurance, therefore, of the success of these works whatsoever. There's no monitoring, there's no review conditions associated with them, no bond conditions that can be imposed associated with the compensation, the rehabilitation, compensation and mitigation. So the sole condition of relevance to the effect on lizards remains condition 10A, which essentially makes the grant of consent subject to grant of the wildlife permit application. And I'd submit that it's inappropriate to proceed on the basis that an issue of such obvious significance should be left to the jurisdiction of another authority and to a process which is not subject to any public scrutiny. I just refer to that Save Happy Valley case where Solid Energy had obtained all the permits required under the Wildlife Act to translocate endangered Parlophanta augustus snails from the site of a proposed open cast mine. And therefore, in that case, the Environment Court confirmed that the existence of the wildlife permits did not oust its jurisdiction to consider effects on the endangered snails. So even if the applicant in the present case had obtained a wildlife permit, it would still have been within your jurisdiction to consider any potential wildlife impacts that should read. Indeed, I'd submit it would have been necessary to do so. But in the present case, the applicant appears to be seeking to either oust your jurisdiction or limit your analysis and understanding of a very significant issue. As pointed out in Ms. Barker's evidence, Connican Hill Reserve is identified as including a recognised heritage building or structure, and Mr. Mills' landscape assessment in the application identifies Conical Hill as including a historic place. As Ms. Barker has further advised, there's an absence of clarity as to what values have been evaluated to support the plan's identification of Conical Hill as being of heritage importance. On the evidence available, the applicant has not provided an assessment by an appropriately qualified heritage expert of the values associated with the iconic Conical Hill and or how these values may be affected. In my submission, you're entitled to regard this as a significant omission given the active requirement in the Act to recognise and provide for the protection of historic heritage from inappropriate subdivision use and development. As with the protection of areas of significant Indigenous habitat, such matters have a significant priority and cannot be merely an equal part of a general balancing exercise. Just in terms of traffic congestion, I haven't said much about that because you will be able to discuss that with Mr. Edwards. But Mr. Martin did furnish you with photographic evidence of congestion near Conical Hill. So it's not a potential issue, rather it appears to be a fact. And I just make the point at 5.32 that congestion and safety issues aside, it's noted that no analysis has been undertaken as to the environmental capacity of the affected streets that provide access to Conical Hill. That is, there is no analysis of by the applicant's experts of the potential degradation of residential amenity associated with the increase in traffic. In noise, I'll just simply explain that Mr. Hunt was unable to undertake a site visit or to participate fully in the hearing. He has relied on but been unable to confirm the applicant's assessment of ambient background noise levels in the locations where they were tested. He has been able to, however, to offer the opinion that if consent is to be granted, it's imperative that a robust monitoring condition be imposed to ensure residential amenity is maintained, and sort of no such condition was originally proposed, but the applicant seems to have largely adopted Mr. Hunt's suggested condition. And just to quickly note that Dr. Trevethan is somewhat critical of Ms. Barker's reference to low ambient background noise levels, notwithstanding his firm's own assessment that ambient noise levels are lower end of the range typically observed in town, and noise from the natural environment as opposed to anthropocentric noise dominated the measurements. So it's obviously quite a different type of noise. So the objectives and policies addressed in Ms. Barker's evidence will not be traversed in submissions. However, I submit that it is difficult to properly test the proposal against, in particular, the relevant objectives and policies of Chapter 13 as they relate to an area of acknowledged significant Indigenous habitat. Ms. White states in a summary that she has considered the same information as submitters in finding that the proposal is consistent with these objectives and policies. Respectfully, this is difficult to accept in the absence of full details on the effects of the proposal and an in-depth analysis as to whether or not the offsetting compensation package offer can be achieved or will be successful. The provisions of Section 6C of the Act were not discussed in the application itself or indeed in the various statements of evidence Ms. White's included until Ms. Tosha's summary evidence was presented on the very first day of the hearing. It seems improbable in my submission that this fact was not discovered earlier by the applicant. Ms. White has correctly identified the provisions of the Reserves Act and the District Council's Reserves Management Plan as being of relevance. This is agreed. Her analysis of the Reserves Act and the Reserves Management Plan is contained in the application itself. It is noted that by operation of Section 54(2) of the Reserves Act, there will be no opportunity for members of the public to become involved in any subsequent application made to the Council for a lease to enable occupation of Conical Hill Reserve for the Flyride proposal. Accordingly, this is the only chance the public have to get to say, a factor which makes the lack of availability of critical information such as the Lizard Management Plan an even greater cause for concern. That aside, Section 17 of the Reserves Act provides in respect of recreation reserve, which of course Conical Hill is classified as. And I can let you sort of flick through those provisions.
Yep.
And 7.4, the above therefore imposes a requirement on decision makers to ensure the natural science values, including scenic values, are managed to the extent compatible with the purpose of the reserve. The reserve's management plan itself, the particular Conical Hills Reserve section, does not set out the purpose of the reserve. Rather, it sort of refers to simply to the walking track to the summit, being popular for almost a century. In respect of future development potential, and that's a heading in the plan, it states, yep. So in terms of relative importance to the Hanmer community and others, Conical Hill is therefore of equal standing to the thermal pools. It is just as iconic, a word that has not been used lightly. Section 17 also requires decision makers to administer its reserves so that those qualities of the reserve which contribute to the pleasantest harmony and cohesion of the natural environment and the better use and enjoyment of the reserve shall be conserved. The meaning or importance or relevance of the word conserved is not analysed in the application of the evidence, nor has there been an appropriate analysis of the qualities of Conical Hill Reserve that contribute to its pleasantness, harmony, and cohesion of the natural environment. And conserve is defined as to keep something such as wildlife in a state of safety or wholeness. It is submitted, therefore, that the proposed establishment of the Flyride proposal will be inimical to the above requirement and will result in a level of commercial development and associated effects which are inconsistent with conservation of the natural environment as experienced by users of Conical Hill for over a century. The applicant's witness accept that there will be adverse effects associated with the proposal. For example, Mr. Greenwood accepts that regular users of the track Conical Hill may experience a step change in activity on the tracks, and that for some this may be experienced as an adverse effect. And Mr. Milne accepts that the visual effects from certain viewpoints will be moderate, that is more than minor. And then in regards to effects on peace and tranquility, it was assessed that the proposal will have moderate adverse effects on the tranquility of the hilltop lookout area. So the acceptance by the applicant that there will be adverse effects, some of which are more than minor, is inconsistent with the requirement to conserve the qualities of Conical Hill. As a final point in respect of the Reserves Act, approval of the whether or not approval of the proposal is necessary in terms of Section 54(1)(d). This is a matter on which there's a difference of opinion between Mr. Greenwood and Ms. Barker, sorry. And in respect of the Town and Country Planning Act 1977 regarding the preservation and protection of the natural character of the coastal environment, Judge Cook stated in Environmental Defence Society that in relation to the word necessary, in that context, as in many others, necessary is a fairly strong word falling between expedient or desirable on the one hand and essential on the other. The Reserves Act, of course, is a different context, albeit there's a requirement to conserve sort of qualities. However, it's submitted that given the recognised iconic status of the reserve and the qualities which it possesses and which the Act directs to be protected and conserved, a stricter interpretation of the word necessary than mere desirability and experience on the applicant's behalf is appropriate. Overall, it's submitted that there's too much uncertainty around the impacts of the proposal such that cannot be cannot be satisfied. It's a little bit of a slip. That consent should be forthcoming. Submitters' concerns regarding the lack of detail associated with the proposal is compounded by the fact that they are deprived of any opportunity to have a say on either the permit or the lease applications, and they are effectively shut out of both processes. And finally, a downhill amusement ride is simply out of place on the Conical Hill Reserve. It may well be appropriate elsewhere in the district in a location that does not contain the wealth of characteristics and qualities associated with a place that has such a special meaning for the community. Thank you.
In terms of the issue around the treasured nature of the hill to residents, the tranquility and that sort of thing, where do you see that fitting into the assessment?
Well, I mean, that of course is like those characteristics and qualities. So they're referred to under both the Reserves Act, and they're also, of course, a fundamental component of sort of part 2 of the Act in terms of the maintenance and protection or maintenance enhancement of amenity values. And of course, impacts on amenity values is squarely a matter for your consideration under 1041 anyway.
I just want to traverse this issue around the lizard management plan. As you know, there's some confidentiality in there. Obviously, I took some advice on that and issued a minute on that. But I didn't think it fitted within the Section 42 requirements. Applicant has obviously chosen to withdraw that for those reasons. In terms of my role, I should say the applicant is, so I'm just going to get this right myself, you're happy to provide it on a confidentiality basis to council?
Yes, on the basis of the usual undertakings that council know what that means.
So that is available. Then becomes the issue, okay, it's required to go through the Wildlife Act and be approved by the Department of Conservation and so the question in my mind is that what further role does my considerations play in that when there is another process which is going to be, I would suggest, probably more rigorous than I can provide.
I'm not entirely sure whether one could say it will be more rigorous because as I've submitted, so there's no actually opportunity for public scrutiny of the contents of the lizard management plan. I mean, if the applicant was willing to provide the details of the lizard management plan to council on a sort of on the usual typical basis, which I understand, and I just wonder why in heaven's name it hasn't been provided much earlier.
Perhaps because of the public scrutiny component of that. How do you deal with that?
Well, at the very least, I mean, its contents should extend beyond council to actually experts who may wish to review it. But sort of that aside, sort of, Mr. Commissioner, I do have sort of a fundamental issue in terms of actually the consent being granted on the basis of a complete, well, as I say, an absence of proper scrutiny of the contents of the lizard management plan. And let's say we were in the Environment Court, just hypothetically speaking. There's absolutely no way that the applicant could have failed to disclose the contents of the plan in advance to parties to an appeal and their experts. But the other fundamental issue, as I said, in terms of the actual provisions of the lizard management plan, the other compensation, biodiversity offsetting, etc. Those aspects of the proposal, as I stated outside the submissions, that it appears you cannot impose conditions of consent in respect of that. So there are no conditions of consent that can be actually monitored, reviewed. And yet, as I also stated, actually there are no bond requirements to make sure that actually if it doesn't work, then somebody like the council can step in and have the resources to actually complete the work to a satisfactory standard. And as I understand it, I mean, I'll ask a question. I mean, have you actually seen the lizard management plan?
I haven't read it.
Yeah. Okay. So in the context of the resource consent application, therefore, you have been unable to actually test the witness on the contents of that plan?
No, I haven't. I have only in terms of what I received yesterday.
Yeah. Which, as is quite obvious from my submission, it's a very broad outline only still.
Yeah, I understand that.
I mean, as I say, one can easily read between the lines that we are talking about the loss of population of an endangered species. And that's obviously a very significant,
and that was admitted yesterday.
Yeah, so the Act requires you to pay, recognise and provide for the protection of significant habitat. And as it's admitted, that's just not sort of an equal part of the overall balancing exercise. It is an issue of very high importance.
So can I ask you, were you intending to engage a witness?
Well, we didn't have the opportunity at the time because we actually could have had an expert to review the information if the information had been provided in a proper and timely manner.
Would you engage an expert?
It is more likely than not.
So the question then becomes, what can be provided without breaching confidentiality? Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, just looking at this so in a realistic fashion, that it is public knowledge because of this application that there are significant ecological values on the site. It is also public knowledge that the ecologist has undertaken analysis of the site in specific locations which are identified in the application. So in those circumstances, I'm just wondering how effective or necessary a confidentiality order is actually
I think.
Follow what I'm saying?
It's slightly more complicated than that. It's about the location of where the lizards are then kept to stop them being poached. That's the very purpose.
We're trying to achieve.
So that it's subsequently following on from the destruction of the habitat. It's the replacement habitat.
It's not only the replacement habitat, it's where they are at the moment as well.
Well, as again, I've just said, I mean, it doesn't take a genius to work out the fact that the locations of the poles have been assessed for geckos and lizards. Those locations are identified in the public document, more or less.
I'm just wondering whether,
I'm actually wondering why we're actually having this debate on the second day of the hearing, as to why this should not have been resolved much earlier, given, as I've submitted, the applicant is clearly aware that this was an area of significant habitat or fauna.
be that as it may, this is the second day of the hearing. I've got to carry on with it. I'm just wondering whether there is an ability to provide the plan minus the locations.
That's quite difficult. That's quite difficult. And I am reluctant to provide a plan when we have a party that does not have an expert identified.
So we're in sort of a catch-22 situation here. So,
well, if the applicant's reluctant to provide it, then you can only make a decision on the basis that actually the contents of the plan have not been disclosed, have not been subject to full scrutiny, have not been properly tested through this process.
The witness was here, and the witness was here for question, and quite often these management plans are required to be produced but aren't necessarily even produced until after the hearing. The witness was here, and if there are further questions that need to be asked of the witness, that is something that we can do. She has the knowledge and she can ask questions about, ask and answer questions about that. She was here yesterday.
so would the submitters provide an expert? I guess that's the question.
Oh, well, I'm actually hearing in the background the response is yes.
Well, why haven't they done that to date? We've had their expert evidence. We've had a traffic expert, we've had a noise expert. So why are we saying that we need this now?
Because why I'm saying that is it because it's, I mean, are you happy for this dialogue to continue? But I think my position is clear in the submissions sense. It's only until the very first day of the hearing that the community of the submitters realise the significance of this issue.
I think I need to give this a little bit of thought and maybe issue a minute around it as to how we get through this. Can I take it then that you would be committed to providing an expert?
As I said, I've given background that the answer is yes.
Would the applicant provide an expert with that under confidentiality?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
I mean,
Yes,
yeah.
of course.
And of course, the other potential alternative, Mr. Commissioner, is your powers under section 41 to commission an independent report that actually scrutinises the detail of the lizard management plan. Bearing in mind, there are actually preconditions in terms of that section as to the circumstances when you can require such a report, and it from memory, it includes there has to be a potentially significant effect in play, which I think that's correct. And for my recollection, the applicant has to agree to it. I'm not sure. I haven't got the provision in front of me.
I do.
But I'm just suggesting that an alternative approach for you to take in these particular and very unusual circumstances.
Do you agree with that option?
I haven't got it in front of me, but one of the things that occurs to me was that one of the parties might be DOC itself as a party with expertise.
I'm not entirely sure about that, given their role in the, I need to think about that, but given their role in the actually permit process. I think it would have to be somebody in my submission that would look at it with completely fresh eyes.
Okay. I think I just need to move on from that. I need to give some thought around that.
Yes, thank you.
Move on for that. Just interested in your comments around heritage and the section 6F issue on something that's not actually listed.
In what sense? In the sense that it's not listed in the Historic Places Register, but it is listed in the plan. I don't think the absence of listing on Historic Places Register actually disqualifies the area from being a historic heritage area for the purposes of section 6F of the Act. I'm not aware of any sort of case law that would actually support that proposition.
I'm asking the question, not the proposition.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I think we'll go with the usual order. I would have Mr. Edwards up next.
So what I'll do is the introduction, you're aware of that, you know who I am, you're aware of my background and stuff like that. And if I can also just skip the paragraph on the proposal.
Yep.
In the interest of gaining some time, the only point I'd like to make in relation to paragraph 3 is that Mr. Abbott in his paragraph 17 of his supplementary evidence again reiterated that this is going to be a major attraction. My point being that when you look at the numbers of visitors that attract to the thermal reserve in a given year, it only needs to be a small percentage to get a decent number of people going to the Flywire. In terms of the district plan requirements, again, to save some time, I'll just talk to that. So paragraph 4, there's a difference of opinion between all of us, I think, as to which parking requirement actually applies. The reason for that is because the district plan parking requirements are actually quite odd in the way that they're classified. It doesn't actually matter. It's a discretionary activity, so you can not worry about the rules in the plan and just look at mitigating effects in terms of demand. So in paragraph 5, something I do want to read is that the district plan also contains a number of objectives and policies that are relevant to in relation to the issue of parking provision. And in this case, assessment of the potential effects of overflow on-street parking upon a residential amenity. Just I had identified those in my evidence and that the consistency with them or otherwise is a matter for you to determine. Over the page, paragraph 6. I'll probably read a lot of this from here, so if you don't mind. So Mr. Devertier has undertaken a parking demand analysis on behalf of the applicant. He's undertaken sensitivity tests based on assumptions of 50% and then 75% of patrons driving to the top of Conoco Hill Road and parking on street in that general locality. And he arrives at an estimated parking demand range of 23 to 34 vehicles. I think there's agreement between Mr. Smith, Mr. Devertier and myself that that's probably about right, but I'll discuss later. It's hard to be accurate because it's quite a unique thing. The point I'd like to make in addition to this is I've since read the rebuttal, I guess you'd rather call it, of Mr. Devertier, and he's criticising my use of the term 23 as being irregular demand. The point that I'm making is that at a 50% modal split, that level of trading could happen quite often, not saying every day or anything like that. And it just leads into, 23 vehicles you could expect up there regularly. That's the point that I'm making. So paragraph 7, I accept that accurately determining the extent of patrons who will drive towards activity is difficult.
And as such, making assumptions and then a sensitivity test such as what Mr. Devertier has done is one way forward. However, I consider that there are significant shortcomings in the analysis of Mr. Devertier in relation to potential on-street parking related effects of the proposal. And I've summarised these. So again, if I just talk to these, you'll be aware of them. I've discussed in my evidence. So actually the first one is the issue of walking to the site. So if I can comment on that, Mr. Abbott's now provided more information on that. And I think he made a very valid point that a lot of the residential rental accommodation is on Conical Hill. So it's actually closer to the Flyride activity than the centre of town. So I think that sort of backs up the concept that not everyone will drive to this activity. I think I accept what he's saying in terms of that. But the corollary of that is my point B is I've done a lot of parking surveys around the Hanmer village, and something that surprises me with the walking I've done around it is even with the maze and the pub that's at the southern end of the town, people drive to that, and they're 800 metres away from the centre as this thing. So I think there's an equal chance of people driving as well, particularly if they're not staying for the weekend. I remain critical that Mr. Devertier's analysis was only for 3 hours on the Saturday of Anzac weekend. Nothing will change my mind that that's not enough. Extra data should have been, other weekends should have been surveyed, agreeing a weekend's peak time. If it was me, I would have got 3 to 4 lots of survey data. The cost of doing that is very little. And it would have provided a far more robust assessment, particularly if that was in cross-reference to the sort of information that Mr. Abbott can provide in terms of trading levels. And I remind you from my evidence that that's exactly what we did for the hot pools expansion when I was asked by the council to review that in 2003. The pools provided that information quite willingly, and it was all able to be worked out. Part D, I've just mentioned, and it's been accepted by, I think, Mr. Abbott and Mr. Devertier, that had it been referenced to trading levels at the hot pools across a year, for argument's sake, it would actually give you a really good idea of what overall activity in the Anzac weekend is. And I've since noted from the supplementary evidence of Mr. Abbott, he's actually given some numbers now. Whereas what Mr. Devertier did in his parking assessment is he just said percentages, 130% of normal, but what was that? So Mr. Abbott's now provided that. And the point that I'm making is that these gaps in Mr. Devertier's original assessment, a lot of these have now been filled in. What's disappointing is that had the assessment been done comprehensively in the first place, a lot of this wouldn't have needed to have been raised. In terms of vehicle occupancy rates, this is actually only just a very minor point, but reference has been made to typical vehicle occupancy patterns at the hot pools. But of course, the applicant is saying that we're aiming for the 16 plus age group, which seems logical. Occupancy levels at the hot pools, that's far more of a family oriented thing. So you're going to get a natural distortion to a higher vehicle occupancy rate at the hot pools than what you might do with this. That said, it doesn't make a huge difference. The key point that I want to make, and it's one that Mr. Smith's picked up on, is F. That what Mr. Devertier did in his analysis is he set up the survey cordon area, and that's all agreed. And he said that there's, I don't know, 20% occupancy, and therefore there's tons of room for this thing to do its parking on these streets. So in doing so, he's assumed that the parking demand of the activity, which we agree will be circa 30 vehicles on a busy day, is spread over that entire cordon. What Mr. Smith did, and I agree with, he said, no, that's not right. What people are going to do is park naturally closer to the access points to the activity. And his figure 2 was brilliant. I wish I'd thought of it. And it shows little green red dots. The key point to take from point F in my supplementary here is that Oregon Heights in particular will be parked out. Now, to be fair to Mr. Devertier, in his paragraph 25 of the summary evidence, he's accepted that the points made by myself and Mr. Smith are right. So he shifted his position. Paragraph 8, I just mentioned that my reading of Mr. Smith's peer review of Mr. Devertier's work is it's a pretty lightweight critique. The key difference in position is the parking thing that I've just been talking about, but again, there's been no questioning of a lot of the unsubstantiated stuff that was put in the assessment. And as I said earlier, a lot of these gaps have now been filled in. So paragraph 9, I agree with Mr. Smith that there's very real potential for the northern end of Conoco Hill Road and Oregon Heights to have extremely high levels of on-street parking occupancy as a result of the proposed Flyride activity. Paragraph 10, I note and agree with Mr. Smith's comments should be regarding vehicle congestion in the various residential streets. I agree that the 14-metre carriageway width of Conoco Hill Road means that on-street parking can be provided for with no effect on through traffic function. However, Oregon Heights and Acorn Heights are narrower roads where parking occurring on both sides of these roads will impede property access for residents and emergency vehicles unless the no stopping restrictions are properly maintained and properly enforced. Now, Mr. Deverdier has come back with this and he said, oh, but it's illegal to park on the yellow lines. The problem is that when I made my site visit, a lot of the yellow lines were covered in gravel. You couldn't even see them. And when a no stopping restriction such as yellow lines is not actually visible, it's legally unenforceable. Hence my point that they've got to be properly maintained. Now, it just needs a street sweeper, obviously, for the yellow lines, but then what's happening with enforcement? I believe there's only one policeman in Hanmer, and he's down at the garage this morning. So he's hardly going to be sitting in Acorn Heights and Oregon Heights all day, making sure people to Flyride don't park on the yellow lines because they just think they'll get away with it. So I said here, unless there is a commitment from the council to properly maintain existing no stopping restrictions and a commitment from the police to enforce them on a very regular basis, then the potential effects of the proposal on the ability to freely access the residential properties in both Oregon Heights and Acorn Heights will be compromised as a result of the applicant's choice to not properly provide for parking in association with commercial activity. Now, this risk is quite real. Just this morning, we stopped at Culverden on the way here, and a bakery and grabbed a coffee, and it was a bit of a giggle as two local farmers pulled up and parked on the yellow lines and got their pies and coffee. It happens. Paragraph 11, it has to be accepted that on-street parking is a shared resource and not an exclusive resource. However, the Flyride activity as currently proposed is highly likely to place a disproportionate parking load on the available on-street parking supply, and this will have effects upon access and residential amenity that are more likely to be more than minor rather than the less than minor claimed, but not substantiated by Mr. Devertier. I also consider that the proposal is inconsistent with objectives and policies relating to commercial activity parking demand being provided for in residential streets. Now, I outlined about 7 or 8 of them in my evidence in chief, and they all talk about the same thing. And that's amenity and network capacity effects of on-street parking, particularly commercial on-street parking in residential areas. I don't want to be all doom and gloom though. In my evidence in chief, I consider that there's a solution available to this. The applicant has landed in the same place. Mr. Smith's landed in the same place. And of course, it's a monitoring and or review condition. So paragraph 12, I strongly disagree with the applicant's contention that all patrons will walk to the activity. The advice from all 3 traffic engineers presenting before you is that this activity will likely generate on-street parking demand. I add that the exact amount is difficult to predict. And again, from the opening submissions, it is a highly specific and unique nature of activity. None of the parking analyses presented before you suggest that the parking situation is not resolvable to a point where the on-street parking resource can be relied upon in a more equitable way. So it's all about being clear about this. And if you read the objectives and policies referred to in my evidence in chief, they specifically recognise about how in Hanmer Village, because of the nature of Hanmer Village, it's a balancing act in terms of providing parking for both residential and commercial activities. So paragraph 13, I note and agree with both the applicants and Mr. Smith's suggestion that a monitoring condition is appropriate. And I'll just pause there. I've since read the evidence of Ms. White with a suggested 1-to-8 review condition. No doubt you'll read that again in due course. The key point I want to make with that is it basically says, let's go out and measure the parking, and that's it. It just stops. So what I'm saying is, sure, go out and measure the parking, but then what? What happens? So the wording of such a condition needs to be precise enough to give residents in the vicinity of the proposed activity confidence in what will be done to measure and, if necessary, mitigate potential on-street parking related effects. In my opinion, if there was a section 1-to-8 review condition, and I'm a big fan of them, to this effect, then it needs to cover the following points. Now, I have listed those. They're all quite obvious. They were in my evidence in chief. And in terms of being section 1-to-8 conditions, of which I've written many, these are the sorts of criteria that was the sort of the flow chart of thinking that I follow with them. In terms of E, I just want to note that in Mr. Divertier's paragraph 26 of his summary, he actually talks about how a shuttle bus could be an option. So what I'm saying is that we don't really know what the parking demand of this is going to be. So what if it is generating a lot of demand onto residential streets? What would be done? And I've just suggested a shuttle bus. I also discussed how you can, in my opinion, put a car park in the reserve. And I outlined that in my evidence in chief. The Reserve Act, or whatever it was, actually says that you can have vehicles and parking in a reserve if it's for an activity in the reserve. In terms of the shuttle bus thing, that's what they do at the Mount John Observatory in Whale Watch in a very major way, but it's the same concept. So the idea of actually carting people from a pickup point a very short distance to an activity point is nothing unusual for a tourist-related activity. So 14, in my opinion, a Section 128 review condition that addresses the above points will overcome the inadequacies in the parking system of Mr. Divertier. And I'll just add, as the submitters, would be happy to work with the applicant on something that might be more equitable and enforceable.
Thank you. So let's just start with that then. So you've obviously seen the revised condition as of yesterday.
I have it here. Oh, as of yesterday, no.
What time?
Yes.
Yeah, you have to.
Is it this one here?
It came with Miss White's summary yesterday. Yeah.
You might be safest just give me a copy of the one I think I've got here is from her evidence in chief. So,
sure.
Which number am I looking for?
Looking for a summary of evidence from Miss White, which may well be with a...
This is an updated one to the one that I've got here. So, very quickly. Actually, if I can just add while we're on this, that Simon's summary response sort of landed in the same place as my suggested A to G in terms of tightening it up. Very quickly. Yeah, I think the 85% is too high because when you have this a low parking supply, there might be 10, 12, 13 spaces in Acorn and Oregon Heights. 85% only leaves about 1, maybe 2 spaces spare. I think as a trigger point, you also need to have that triggered early enough so you've got time to do something about it before it gets worse. So I would suggest for 5A that 85% that's pulled down. I mean, it's always going to be an arbitrary trigger, but perhaps 2/3, something like that. And that sort of percentage, 2/3, 67%, would probably be more in line with what's discussed in the objectives and policies about it being a shared resource. It's been beefed up a lot, hasn't it? Yeah, this is all working in the right direction.
Yep. So 5B through C is basically a repeat, but just for the different site.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's bringing in Acorn Heights.
It's as a separate.
Yeah. I really want more time to look at this carefully, but the point that I will say now is that throughout this process, the applicant there's always been the offer of a review condition. It's in the application. And that as time's gone on and the issues have been raised, they've refined it, and improved it. I'd like more time to sit down and really think about this, but certainly for now, it's a big step in the right direction.
Can I just ask you a couple of questions about the points? You've addressed the 85% one. My other question is about the time period being over 2 years.
You do need to have a sunset clause, and that's why I've put that in my G.
My question was more along the lines is there a sufficient number of holidays, public school holidays, public holidays throughout a single year to review this rather than waiting for 2 years, over a 2-year period, would you get enough out of 1 year, given the number of holidays and number of school
The
holidays?
reason why I wouldn't do it over 1 year is that that would artificially penalise the applicant. Because what happens, you have new toy syndrome. So for example, when the bungee opened down at the Quorra Bridge in Queenstown, I was there then, and it was just carnage. And it was carnage for 12 months. But now you can go down there and you can almost just climb straight on the thing. I think if the applicant was volunteering only a 1-year survey, I think that would be disproportionately unfair on them. There's going to be the new toy syndrome that always is. I think it would be better, certainly weekends, holiday weekends and school holidays is the right approach. Something I made in my notes is that summer would obviously be better than winter. If you're going to do it then. Particularly then you could also look in the evenings was the other thing that I picked up on is in evenings, generally in residential areas, in my experience, things are a bit quieter, but you could still have parking and stuff going on because it's daylight till 9 o'clock at night. I would think.
The corollary of that question is 2 years fair on people living in the area.
I would have probably gone slightly longer. I would have said probably 3 years. You should know it by 3 years. It should settle down to a stable level of trade after about 3 years. The other thing that we've got happening at the moment is how long are we going to be in this COVID stuff for? It is changing. It is affecting things.
So what you'd say is the residents would have to suck it up for 3 years while that.
No, because you could actually hit the triggers in the first year or the second year, is what I'm saying. So first year, I think would be disproportionately unfair on the applicant. Second year, you're probably going to stabilise to reasonably normal. And third year, you'd know for sure. So you just need to think about it.
Okay, so just to keep you thinking on it, if you hit those triggers, so the other question that I asked around this yesterday was whether this was a cumulative over all 5 locations or whether if one location hit the 85 and your suggestion is 65, does that trigger the review? What's your view on that?
I think you've definitely got to separate out Oregon Heights. That's the one that's going to get the most parking. It's the closest street. There's actually not that much parking available at the top end of Conacle Hill Road. And Conacle Hill Road, it's the main drag. It's wide. Traffic affects the parking on there. It's neither here nor there. But in Oregon Heights, it's a narrower road. It's a much more finite number of car parks. And if that street gets, say people don't follow the yellow lines because they're confident they'll probably get away with it, you're getting in and out of there, you won't be able to.
So you would be comfortable with so your suggestion there would be that Oregon Heights is separated out from Conacle Hill Road, Thomas Hanmer Drive and Chalet Crescent.
Conacle Hill and Thomas Hanmer could be put together because they're both wider roads, and at the moment there's no real development along Thomas Hanmer, but really even if it was, it's a wider road, it could take it. It's the issue of the amenity effects of losing your ability to freely access your site if people park incorrectly, losing the ability of having visitors park on the street outside your site because it's full up with Flyride cars. I think the most sensitive streets to parking with this proposal would be Oregon Heights and Acheron Heights.
Yeah, and we've got Acheron Heights is already.
Yeah, so what I'm suggesting is take that concept, that one extra step, and I think you can separate out put Thomas Hanmer and Conacle Hill together, and you could probably actually put Acheron and Oregon together, because the issues for those types of roads would be the same or similar. But certainly Oregon Heights, in my opinion, is the one that's going to be the most affected. And Mr. Smith's figure 2 shows that quite clearly as well.
Are you here over lunch?
Sorry?
Are you here over lunch?
I can be, yeah. I can also go and have a look at this while Vic's...
But that's where I'm heading.
Yeah,
so
I can...
If you wanted a bit more time to have a look at that, if you're here over lunch, that would be...
Yep. No, I can do it now because Vic is presenting. I can have a look at it now.
One moment.
In fact, if I may suggest, would it be worthwhile for the 3 traffic engineers just to sit around a table?
Well, yep.
Thrash it out.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. Is the applicant comfortable with it?
Yeah, but we probably want to hear what we're particularly talking about.
Yeah. Great. Yep. I was going to you remind me. One of your solutions talks about parking on a reserve. I'm just thinking, where were you looking at
I don't know.
Right, okay, so that's just a generic.
Yeah.
Yep, okay.
The point I was making is I'm just not convinced that the legislation relating to the reserve prevents parking for reserve activity
Yeah, okay.
being prevented. I'll leave that to greater legal minds to work out.
Okay, I think that's covered. I think I've covered all the things I was going to ask you about. Things have obviously moved on quite substantially since you wrote your evidence, and I think a number of the points you raised have since been covered. You've still got some outstanding issues. I would be obviously interested in your feedback on the condition. I am comfortable if the traffic engineers want to talk about that condition, whether or not there can be some refinements as far as your position. I haven't heard what the position is. So, but I think it's useful if you can talk about that review course, because that to me seems to be where you're all.
We've all landed in the same place. I mean, fundamentally, we're all guessing here with what the parking demand could be. We're all quite happy with where Simon got to with an envelope. And we're all landed on a 1 to 8 is probably the most realistic way of dealing with this. It's just a case of making the 1 to 8 watertight so that the residents have some certainty that if it all goes to custard, something will be done about it.
Just one last question, because some submitters have raised this around a resident only parking at Oregon types.
Again, it's enforcement. This is the big problem. As far as I'm aware, there's only one policeman up here. And human nature being what it is. You know, if Oregon Heights and Acorn Heights were, I don't know, 9 metres wide or something like that, and they still for some reason had yellow lines down one side for whatever reason, and people parked illegally on the yellow lines, it's not going to matter because other people will still get through. But because these roads are only 7 metres wide, it just takes it to that bit where it just gets too narrow, so that if someone did park illegally, and what I'm saying is there's a very real chance, in my opinion, that people will, you can't get in and out.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Vicky Barker and I'm here on behalf of Friends of Conoco Hill and Mr. Martin and Mr. Smith, who reside in Hanmer and have also submitted individually. I have prepared some speaking notes, which I can make available later today. Things have moved on quite substantially since yesterday, so a few revisions have been made in the meantime. So first of all, I'll just turn to the actual and potential effects of the proposal. The first matter being noise. I have reviewed the revised draft conditions of consent attached to Ms. White's summary and acknowledge that noise conditions of consent are now proposed, which reflect the recommendations of Mr. Hunt. As Mr. Hunt's letter sets out, such conditions are considered imperative should the proposal proceed to ensure that noise is at the predicted level at the residential boundaries. Without such conditions, there is no way of ensuring the activity will actually operate within the proposed limit and no clarity about how that noise is to be measured. A further noise issue is the level of noise experienced within the reserve and the effects on persons using the reserve and their amenity values of the reserve. From the evidence, I am unable to understand what level of baseline noise exists within the reserve, what levels are considered acceptable within the reserve, and how the ride will impact on people's experience of Conoco Hill. It appears that there is a general agreement among even the applicant's experts that there will be a change in how people experience Conoco Hill as a result of the proposal. However, it is very unclear how significant that change is going to be as a result of noise. And that goes some way towards your question you asked before about how do we quantify or qualify the effect on the values and the tranquility of the reserve? And the noise assessment is a key component of establishing that. I also raised the issue of noise annoyance in my evidence. Whilst a certain alternative noise level of 45 dB has been arrived at by the experts, the noise, which will predominantly consist of what is termed vocalisations, will be heard by residents on a regular basis over a 9-hour period, 7 days a week. Even what is described as whoops of joy on a regular basis, which meet 45 dB, could be of particular annoyance to residents. Dr. Trevathan states in his summary that annoyance is the primary noise effects which could potentially arise, and that is the basis for the limit that the experts have arrived at. However, the level of annoyance in particular and the impacts of such vocalisations on people's health and well-being has not been specifically addressed in evidence. I'll now turn to traffic and car parking. Mr. Edwards has provided a summary, so I won't go into a lot of detail on this matter, but what is clear between all of the experts is that there is a potential for high levels of on-street car parking as a direct result of the activity. The effect of this on-street car parking from a residential amenity perspective has been significantly underestimated. There will be a direct effect on residents' amenity as a result of the increase in on-street car parking and the corresponding noise resulting from the increase in people. The proposal provides no dedicated car parking whatsoever, so this parking has to be accommodated somewhere, and in this case, it will be to the detriment of residents surrounding Conoco Hill. It is also important to note that congestion is particularly expected around the access points to the reserve, which includes the access at 34 Acheron Heights, directly next to Mr. Martin's residence. The next effect, which I considered in evidence, is that of Indigenous biodiversity. And this matter has been particularly concerning to the Friends of Conoco Hill, given the lack of information that's been made available. I won't go over all of my notes here because Mr. Cleary comprehensively covered off this matter in his submission. But I will make the point that nowhere in Ms. White's statement of evidence is section 6C specifically addressed, and it was not until yesterday that Ms. Tosha confirmed a significance assessment was performed as part of the lizard management plan, where she has found the Flyride footprint was a significant fauna habitat under both the criteria of section 2 of the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement and Appendix 13.1 of the Huronui District Plan, and also the DOC guidelines for assessing significant ecological values. Ms. Tosha also yesterday went on to state that as well as multiple Indigenous lizard species within the Flyride footprint, the presence of the at-risk recovering falcon also triggers significance under all criteria sets. While it is now confirmed that a significance assessment has actually been carried out and that the New Zealand falcon is also considered as Indigenous fauna of national significance within the Flyride footprint, the question is, are the conditions proposed by Ms. Tosha adequate to protect the falcon? Is a DOC wildlife permit actually required? What independent review of this information has been undertaken by council? There is also no detailed assessment against the objectives and policies of the Huronui District Plan in this regard, except for a general statement in Ms. White's evidence in chief to say that the proposal is consistent with them. Ms. Bewley in her report was unable to draw any conclusions about the effects on the New Zealand falcon, and rightfully so in the absence of this information. The next issue is residential amenity. And this is a key issue for the residents in terms of the effects on both the increase in noise at residences as a result of on-street car parking and an increase in people accessing the reserve via residential streets. Mr. Smith's property at 24 Oregon Heights will also be directly overlooked, compromising his privacy. It is of note that Mr. Milne visited the site yesterday and is satisfied that Kanuka landscaping will be effective in screening his property. However, it is unclear within what timeframe this will actually be achieved. It is estimated that any such screening will take some years to mature, and providing any form of proper screening to Mr. Smith's property. No immediate mitigation measures are understood to be proposed. Mr. Milne also commented in his summary yesterday, I consider privacy from a public street to be irrelevant as the property owner is able to establish a level of privacy to their own frontage that they are comfortable with. This is a particular issue for Mr. Martin, who will have a significant number of additional people walking past his property using the Acheron Heights access to the reserve, where his privacy will be compromised as a direct result of the proposal. It is difficult to see how privacy is irrelevant in this context and why the burden should be shifted to Mr. Martin to protect his privacy as a result of this proposal. In my view, privacy effects are directly irrelevant and the onus is on the applicant to mitigate these effects. With respect to the utilisation of 34 Acheron Heights as an access, Mr. Martin in particular is opposed to the use of 34 Acheron Heights and has spoken of his experience living next to this access. Mr. Abbott's evidence states that this access won't be used should the proposal proceed. However, there are no corresponding proposed consent conditions which actually ensure that this is the case. Mr. Abbott did not address this matter further in his summary, so it can only be assumed that the access is still proposed to be used, which is also reinforced by the proposed specific car parking monitoring conditions applicable to Acheron Heights. Furthermore, both Mr. Greenaway and Mr. Milne mentioned the wayfinding plan approach as a condition of consent, which is proposed to promote Conical Hill Road as the main access, but also provides no assurance that Acheron Heights won't be used or that the level of use would not compromise residential amenity or privacy. In my opinion, the proposed wayfinding plan condition of consent provides absolutely no assurance or certainty to residents. Why can't a wayfinding plan to the site be clearly stipulated now? Why does it need to be subject to a consent condition? If consent was granted, it is sought that Acheron Heights not be used as an access to the reserve and the signs removed. And this made clear in any consent conditions. The signage within Conical Hill Reserve is also recommended to prevent patrons exiting via Acheron Heights. The residents immediately adjacent to this access require certainty as to what is proposed and seek that it not form part of the proposal. There's also the question I raised in my evidence of whether the access actually forms part of the application site or not, and this is considered relevant given it is zoned residential. If so, it has not been assessed as part of the application, and there's varying opinions on whether it is part of the application or not. Turning to the objectives and policies, overall, I consider that the proposal is inconsistent with a number of objectives and policies, and I discussed those in my evidence. In particular, I note that policy 4.1 has not been considered by the reporting officer or the applicant in their evidence and is especially pertinent to residential amenity considerations. In addition, the proposal is considered particularly inconsistent with policy 8.5 in relation to car parking. That's quite a directive policy. Turning to the Reserves Act and Reserve Management Plan, Mr. Cleary has also covered this in quite some detail, but my key points here are that in particular section 17C was not addressed by the applicant, and that section seeks to conserve the qualities of the reserve. The Reserve Act also requires consideration of whether any business within the reserve is necessary to enable the public to obtain the benefit enjoyment of the reserve. As Mr. Greenaway noted yesterday, this is subjective, and I still consider that this question has not been fully addressed by the applicant. As the lease process is not subject to public notification, as we've heard, this could be submitter's only chance outside of any voluntary consultation process the council might offer up to ask these questions of the applicant. The applicant also considers that the proposal does not create any tension with the objectives of the Reserve Management Plan, which are about protecting and preserving natural features and preserving the natural character of Indigenous vegetation and wildlife habitat. In the absence of information and inconclusive evidence, we have been unable to undertake this assessment. Just moving on to alternative locations. So as Mr. Martin and other submitters have pointed out, many submitters are not opposed to the proposal as a concept and appreciate the positive benefits such activity could bring to Hanmer Springs, but Conacle Hill is simply not a suitable location for such an activity. Mr. Abbott, in his summary yesterday, considers that consultation has been wide and that the community's views have been listened to. However, this is clearly not the case, as strong opposition remains to the proposal in this location and the impacts on Conacle Hill and surrounding residents. Alternative hillside locations removed from residences and the peace and tranquility of the Conacle Hill Reserve would be more appropriate and could immediately negate the issues of noise, parking, and residential amenity. So in conclusion, I consider that the effects on the environment are more than minor, that the proposal is inconsistent with the objectives and policies of the Huranui District Plan, and there has also been insufficient information available to fully assess the application, particularly with respect to Indigenous fauna. Overall, it is my view that on this basis, the application should be declined.
Be useful to have that available.
Yes, I will make that available.
Start with the alternatives. So obviously to get to a clause 6(1)(a) position, it's got to be a significance test. Where are you at with what are the significant effects now?
Well, in terms of the gaps in information, in terms of Indigenous fauna, I think there's potentially significant effects in that space. And we have not had the ability to make that assessment with the lack of information available.
So let's assume at this stage that that can be addressed and provided an agreement over that. What other significant issues do you still see? Given the changes that have occurred over the last day or so, yes. The car parking issue, obviously, is what other ones are you still saying?
I still see residential amenity as a significant issue, and also privacy effects, and also the noise within the reserve. There's been actually no baseline of that noise established, and to enable an assessment of the change and how that's going to affect the peace and tranquility of the reserve. But predominantly residential amenity effects in terms of car parking.
So just to be clear, you say the effects there are significant rather than more than minor in both of those situations?
It's hard to determine in terms of the noise and within the Conacle Hill Reserve without that baseline data. In terms of residential amenity, more than minor.
Not significant. Sorry, I'm just pushing you on. I just need to get to the. Are you saying more than minor?
More than minor.
More than minor.
Amenity.
Right, so I'm just going to work. Sorry, I'm working my way backwards here. Have you got your evidence?
Yes.
Can I just take, sorry, I'm working backwards, but can I just take your paragraph 9.9?
Yes.
So you see the proposal diminishes the value of the open space and does not protect the natural character, environmental qualities of the area. Can you just explain that a little bit more to me?
Sorry, paragraph, no, which one was
So it's the second sentence on paragraph 9.9 after 14.17.
Okay.
Just interested in what, explaining why you see that it diminishes the value of the open space zone.
So there I'm talking about the recreational amenity value of the zone and how people experience Conoco Hill. And there's been a clear concession from the applicant's experts that there's going to be a definite change in how people experience Conoco Hill. Mr. Greenaway talked about a step change. So that's where I'm talking about that diminishing value.
So is that it's a diminishing value of the site rather than the zone though, isn't it?
The site is zoned.
Yeah, the site is zoned, but
The site may be a better word there than the actual zone, yes.
so just the next part of that sentence, the special character and environmental qualities. What do you see those as being? I mean, there's been a lot of discussion around this. I'll see what, from a planning point of view, what you think.
I've walked the track in part myself. The special qualities are its tranquility and its peace and its quietness. And based on the evidence at the moment, we don't know what that actual baseline is in terms of the noise. But as we've heard from the submitters as well, that it's a very important place.
So are those words used anywhere in the objectives and policies in relation to perhaps the broader zoning or specifically for Conoco Hill?
I don't know off the top of my head, but
they've been used a lot in hearing.
Yes, so just quickly looking at the open space policies, they talk about maintaining, enhancing amenity values. And yes, the protection and the enhancement of the special qualities of the Hanmer Basin is objective 4.1. And then policy 4.21 also talks about maintaining or enhancing the amenity values and the alpine character of the Hanmer Springs Township. I see those as being directly relevant.
Let's run that second one by me again, 4.21.
Policy 4.21, to ensure all residential and business developments are designed to maintain or enhance the amenity values and alpine character of the Hanmer Springs Township.
Now, I thought that was directed towards the design of buildings and things within the township. Doesn't that go back to sort of a township-based?
Yeah, well, it's open to interpretation as to where you draw the line in terms of business development and whether that's business development generally within Hanmer, including Conoco Hill in the open space zone. It is a Hanmer Springs objective and policy. So I would interpret it to mean to apply more widely.
Just on this noise issue around the trolley and the people on it, and the yelling and the whooping and what's being referred to. So from what I understand now, is the trolley is slowed down between poles 6 and 7, and then it slows right down to come around pole 7. So the system enables it to be slowed down. So I stand to be corrected, from my understanding from what Mr. Rathen is saying is that the yelling and whooping will essentially be stopped because the trolley is slowed down and people are just grinding their way towards the stop station, so it's not at speed. Did you understand that, or
I understand
did you understand that?
that.
So I'm just going back to your reference back in paragraph 7.6 to the noise issue, and the 65 and 75 dB max levels. Are you still, having now understood that, Not sure whether you did beforehand or not, because I certainly didn't. Do you still stand by that concern around the impact on the residents? I'm not talking about in the reserve itself, in terms of the impact on the residents.
In terms of the impact on the residents,
Yeah.
I think that's clarified things greatly since yesterday. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
So the other thing is that has been testing my mind is around this. So just backing out that truck. So Mr. Trevathan gave us a sort of idiot's guide to AF Max and that sort of thing yesterday, so that everyone understood, including myself. So at the moment we have a nighttime noise standard of L Max. It's the only place that exists, and that's at 75. So we accept at night that 75 L Max is a permitted level, up to 75 L Max is permitted level. What we've been advised here is that the levels will be around 65. So this is within the forest area, and up to 75 daytime. Now I know there's no daytime standard, but there is a nighttime standard of 75, which is indicated to be acceptable. So I'd just like your comment on that.
I did read that, and I read Mr. Trevathan's summary yesterday. And yes, I can't argue with a noise expert. I'm not a noise expert. So yeah, I can't really comment further on that.
Sorry, Mr. Commissioner, I obviously wasn't here and didn't hear the explanation. It might have helped me, another person who struggled with this. But was that max level, what the purpose of it is, what, to prevent sort of sleep disturbance at night?
Yes, it's the one-off. Yeah. So that's the district plan level. That's in the plan. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't explain that. 75 dB8, 75 LMAX is a plan standard between 10 and 7. Am I correct, Mr. Trevathan? 10 PM and 7 AM, I think I'm right. Or was it 7 and 7?
7 and 7.
7 and 7. 7 and 7. So that's a district plan standard at night time.
For sleep disturbance.
Sleep disturbance. So as Mr. Trevathan explained yesterday, the car going past may well hit that level, and the truck going past may well reach that level. Is that correct? Yeah.
That's, I mean, I was just saying, as opposed to amenity, sort of annoyance.
Yes. Yeah.
Effect.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there is no daytime. I don't accept that there is no daytime LMAX. So there's nothing. We're not measuring against the daytime. There is no daytime LMAX standard.
Okay.
And the plan.
Well, and that's within standard terms of annoyance.
But one could assume that if there was, it was going to be higher than 75. If 75 is for nighttime sleep disturbance, then you would expect the daytime one would probably be above that. Now, there's nothing there, so we don't have one. So I know it's complicated.
Thank you.
Just on this issue of number 34, Atron Heights. The reality is it's being used at the moment, legally or not legally. And we don't really have much of an answer for that. So if it is being used at the moment, let's say it is legal at the moment, but that could be tested. What do you see the increase in effects being? Or the difference in effects from people who are turning up to use the Flyride as opposed to those who are just using it to walk the track? Is there a difference? Or is it just a numbers game in your view?
Yes, there's definitely going to be increased intensity of persons passing Martin's property. There'll be a direct effect on his privacy.
But in some ways there already is.
Exactly, but it's going to be directly impacted as a result of this proposal. So there's going to be a direct increase that you can correlate to this proposal.
So can I perhaps help answer that?
No. I'm trying to get an understanding from planning witness on this. Yep, okay, I get what you're saying. So there's you can correlate this as opposed to what's currently happening.
Yes, definitely cumulative effect of this proposal.
But you said that there could already be an effect.
Yes.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just assume the issue of alternatives? Can I make a final observation? Sort of given that it's acknowledged that there will be sort of loss death of a lizard population.
Just wondering where you're going there.
Removal of habitat. And given the extent of sort of compensation and offsetting that the applicant appears to be proposing via the wildlife permit process, I would submit that raises a very strong inference that there's a significant effect, and as a consequence, the requirement to consider alternatives is actually brought into very sharp focus.
Of course, we could end up in a situation and considering those alternatives and finding exactly the same issue at the next site and the next site, I guess. But
well, the simple thing. So as I've said, the applicant has obviously known for a very long time, or for a reasonable amount of time, that these ecological values exist, and the extent of alternatives considered is whether it be one side of the reserve or another, as opposed to an alternative location. So I would submit that the applicant was on notice that the requirement for a consideration of alternative locations would be appropriate.
okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
And now Mr. Redwoods is having tea with the other experts at some stage.
Is he still? Where is he?
I hope he is, because he's giving me a lift back.
Right, yes. Well, we're about to break for lunch anyway. So we'll do that. I think we're where are we up to? So we are slightly ahead of time now. So if we break for an hour, so let's come back at 2 o'clock. Ms. Bauer? Okay. So Mary Clay is not appearing. So we've essentially only got 2. Ms. Birmingham and Ms. Brow, sorry. So the only 2 submitters I've got left. But I would like to hear from the traffic engineers if they can have that discussion over lunchtime first possible. Yep. Afternoon.
Hello,
So you are Elizabeth?
I am Elizabeth,
Right.
but please call me Liz, otherwise it sounds like I'm in trouble.
Dr. Brower, you'll be next. There's only the two of you for this afternoon. That's right, just leave it with me. I'll just put this down. Okay.
Excellent. So my name's Elizabeth Birmingham. So I'm the owner of 26 Oregon Heights. So I share a 62.5 metre boundary with the reserve where the proposed Flyride is expected to be located. I purchased the land in early 2018 with the view to building a house for my partner and our 3 children and I, so that we could enjoy, obviously, Hanmer. I've been coming to Hanmer since I was a little kid. My uncle and auntie have a property here. And, excuse me, we planned to develop the land to make sure that we had a home that was suitable, not just for us, our children and their future in Hanmer, so that they could enjoy all of the things that Hanmer has to offer. So when I purchased the land, I was assured by the real estate agent that given the land behind me was a reserve, there was no possibility of that ever being built on. And given the nature of my work, we really wanted to be somewhere that was, within town, walking distance from town, but also was a little bit more remote so that we weren't in the central of the town centre. So where we purchased was perfect. I remember actually sitting on the hill and looking out over the amazing view and then putting an offer in. So I've owned the land for a little while now. I firstly did some plans or some concept drawings to build on that property. And then my neighbour in front of me, Dave, was building. So I thought I'd put those plans on hold and just wait and see how his property kind of settled into that space so that I could then build my land and sit in behind him and we wouldn't obstruct each other's views and we could obviously enjoy the space there. So I have a background in health and safety. I have a graduate diploma in occupational health and safety. I have a Bachelor of Commerce in HR. I have a range of experience and expertise across the health and safety sector. I've been working in the industry now for 20 years. So I think that I'll start right at the beginning of that. So part of getting a graduate diploma in occupational health, if you study at certain universities in New Zealand, you study occupational hygiene, which I studied for 3 years as part of that certification. Some of the components of occupational hygiene are the ability to assess noise and assess the human factors or the effects of noise on humans in the surrounding environment. We normally apply that in the workplace under the Health and Safety at Work Act to make sure that we're not damaging noise, but there's also some psychosocial effects of noise for people depending on what environments that they're in. So that's an area that I've worked in quite significantly. I also have quite a lot of experience and background in construction. So for 15 years, I've built blocks of apartments, done commercial fit outs. I'm familiar with the building code and the expectations of management of what happens on a site and the surrounding properties. And throughout the last 10 years, I've consulted in health, safety, wellbeing across the rebuild of Canterbury. In fact, our company was engaged to fly from one end of the other through after the Kaikoura earthquakes, training people in safety to make sure that we could undertake body recovery if that was required or manage slips and different effects from trying to put different roads and everything back in place. So I've been doing this kind of work for a really long time. I currently work for central government and I run a team of health and safety specialists that look after 30,000 people that are government employees. And that area that I'm responsible for is from Hawke's Bay down to Stewart Island, and also includes the Chatham Islands. So I think that today I really want to speak not just as a landowner and someone, and on behalf of, I guess, what I expected to be my rights is being able to build on a block of land and enjoy the quiet, serene wildlife and all of the views that my section should provide, but also from my professional background and my experience in noise in particular, and the effects on humans if they're exposed to too much of it. So about a week ago, I think it was, we came up here with the kids. So we have 3 children, 2 girls who are 15, nothing like having twins in the family, but we sent the girls in particular up to the pole, which is supposed to be the end point of the Flyride. And I paid the kids $1 a scream. In the acoustic report that was provided in the submission, they suggested that a scream was between, I think it was 113 and 122 decibels. Our girls couldn't scream any louder than 106 on the day. But what we did is I measured that noise with professional noise meter at my property boundary. And at one point, I believe that the noise at the boundary was 70.5 decibels. I believe in the calculations that have been done, it's been suggested that the noise would be significantly lower than that. But across every scream that occurred on that evening, even with a wind blowing, we didn't get anything less than, I think, 68 decibels. So I certainly don't think that the noise is going to be insignificant for that particular property. Probably my biggest concern is when you have a look at noise and when you have a look at the duration of a scream, the amount of noise is always going to be what we would call statistically insignificant. The duration is never long enough for it to calculate on a time-weighted average of noise. So probably the only thing that we would be looking at here is a maximum noise exposure at any one point. If I start to look at calculating or time weighting that noise, I'm over an hour or longer. I'm never ever going to be able to have a level that would be high enough to exceed the noises that have been reported. I think that probably what has astounded me the most about this is recently I was at a conference for the Occupational Health Nurses Association in New Zealand and the New Zealand Institute of Safety Management. And at that particular conference, we had somebody presenting on noise, an acoustic engineer from Auckland University. And so I was really interested to talk to him about what he thought about the psychosocial effects of noise, and also how much the noise would decrease from a scream over the distance that had been indicated in the reports. Interestingly, he was pretty confident that the levels I described didn't meet the criteria of what was required under RMA. But then when he went to speak with his colleagues up in Auckland, and then every other noise specialist that we've approached, nobody seems to want to provide a report for this hearing, which I find quite interesting. And again, the calculations done by the specialists are technically correct for a time-weighted average. But from the testing that we did the other day, they certainly don't meet the threshold of what's required as nuisance noise. What we found following the earthquakes and from my experience working in the rebuild in Christchurch was that there are quite a lot of effects over time for people with noise. And so when we have people who are exposed to noise, normally above 65 decibels, over a continuous period of time, that can have quite a lot of physical effects on the human body, increased blood pressure, increased heart rate, that can often lead to respiratory conditions that, further on down the track, depending on the exposure. That increases significantly if the noise exceeds 85 decibels. So probably my primary concern with this particular activity is that we're expecting possibly, if the ride is successful, one scream every hour for 10 hours a day, which would exceed the threshold of what would be considered to have an effect on human health. And that's a real concern for me, because one of the things that happens when we look at particularly health and safety, if there's a hazard that we know it can have an effect on people, that by law we're required to try and eliminate that hazard first. Only after we can verify that it's not possible to eliminate the hazard could we consider minimising by other methods like isolation or substitution or minimisation. I've looked at that particular site and looked at different ways that I could build, or planting trees, or whatever else that might be able to minimise the noise. But it kind of comes back to the point that I shouldn't have to on my land. I shouldn't have to construct my house in a different way because somebody else wants to exceed the noise. I shouldn't have to be concerned about the health of my family and the kids and future people who would live in that site. So I think my objection to this particular activity from an occupational health and safety perspective is that I can't see any way that the noise could be reduced to a level with any level of confidence. I know that it's been suggested people could slow the ride down and that would stop the screaming, but that would be like suggesting that at the pools people would have a 10-minute section of quiet time. That doesn't occur either. So I've run through quite a few different ideas of how it could be reduced, and I just can't seem to find any at all. One of the other things that happens for people if they've been exposed to often traumatic events, and in my job, we work with a lot of staff who are exposed to screens and noises and different things throughout the period of their day because of the psychological challenges or illnesses that the people that are in our care have. The people that are exposed in those types of situations in my work, we overlay a whole lot of controls for them. So we will put in types of professional supervision, counselling, all sorts of things to support them with the effects of constant exposure to noise. If somebody's had a traumatic event where they've been in a situation particularly you find it if people have been off to war or surrounded by gunshots, that type of thing. Often there's a trigger, like a PTSD effect that occurs for people. So the human brain doesn't distinguish between a scream of enjoyment or a scream of pain. So what actually happens in that moment is that the endocrine system and adrenal glands go into overdrive. So we're just not there's just no way except for rest and moving somebody away from that you can control it. So from that perspective, I'm pretty concerned about the proposed location of the ride. I certainly don't oppose the activity. I need to be really clear that I oppose the location of that activity being on Conical Hill. So I just want to be really clear on that. The other concern that I have in relation to the location is to do with the construction and also the potential for particularly landslides. I haven't ever come across a hill where you could remove in excess of 75 trees and not have some kind of geotechnical concern. Normally in that environment we would have to do quite a lot of land stabilisation to make sure that we've mitigated any risk of the soil coming down onto properties below. Just so happens that the land that I own is the first bit of property that any type of landslide would hit. So I did, I have had conversations with my engineer. So when I purchased the property, I had a geotechnical engineer do some work on my land to determine what I was going to be able to build there. At that point, he identified that all of the land above my boundary line is actually a zone 4 from a hazard perspective. So the Huranui District Council published some maps around zoning of land that specify what is suitable to build on and what is not. And all indications suggested that zone 4 land is not possible to be built on in accordance with the current plan. So I'm a little surprised that, again, that's the location that's being chosen for this particular ride. I'm not going to speak about to other aspects of the RMA because I think that's already been spoken to, or it will be by others. My expertise are very much in health and safety, and noise is one of the areas of my expertise. So yeah, I think that's probably about all I've got to add, unless you've got any questions for me.
Yep, couple. So just firstly to deal with noise. So you may have heard earlier about the slowing down and then coming around the last pole as a mitigation measure for dealing with is a mitigation measure for dealing with noise. So that essentially, as I understand it, people wouldn't be screaming because it's slowed down to a point where they're taking in the view rather than the ride, if you like. Does that make you any more comfortable or not?
Not really. I have two 15-year-old girls and a 14-year-old boy, and the idea that they would stop screaming or laughing very loudly because somebody had slowed a ride down doesn't really make much sense for me. Yeah, and again, it's on the premise that we think they might. I don't think that there's any way that we could control that they actually won't scream. I think that the intent is that people would enjoy it. Laughter will hit some of those same ranges of decibels as well.
The other question I had, you haven't mentioned anything about screening. Sorry, you haven't said anything about screening. So, so you've got a property there which is facing back up towards where the proposed stop station is. Yes. And one of the poles. Are you concerned from a visual point of view about?
Yes, I am. So I expect that the poles are probably going to look a little bit like cell phone towers. There'd need to be some kind of solid steel construction for that. I'm also a little bit concerned about my privacy, to be fair. You know, if somebody's up 10 metres in the air, does that mean they're going to be looking straight into our windows and onto our land? I specifically brought that site because there was a reserve there that wasn't able to be built on according to the real estate agent in the Huranui District Plan. So yeah, I think if you stick somebody 10 metres in the air, there's a good chance that they can see what's going on your property.
Would screening help your situation, do you think?
Screening?
Yeah, so if there's trees come up between you and that.
Yeah, I looked at possibly building a row of poplars. That would probably be a double row of that might potentially break some noise.
We've got Kānuka, I think, is already and proposed to be grown in there.
Yeah, I mean, our kids were at ground level. And if any of that screening was going to be viable to reduce the amount of noise, then actually it would have blocked it. I couldn't get my kids 10 metres up in the air.
No, I don't think you find it that planting reduces noise. It may reduce the perception of noise, but it doesn't necessarily reduce noise.
But I certainly don't think that it's that the ride being the height that they've proposed it will provide, we won't have any privacy and it's not going to get high enough to provide any kind of barrier to mitigate. And sometimes we do use planting to mitigate noise.
Yeah, I guess it can create a different sort of noise as well.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I think you've covered all the questions I had. Yep. Brow, I guess I got that right.
I am lucky last.
Well, not quite. We've got the council up with you.
Okay. My name is Ann Lacey Brower, and I am with my partner. I own 85 Conical Hill. And like
Here's 85 Conical Hill.
it's right at the base of the walkway.
Right. Okay. Is that on the core on the 85? I'd be on the other side of the road from Oregon Heights.
Yes,
So opposite.
sort of right beside the public or behind the public toilets,
Right. Okay. Yep.
the new public toilets.
Yes, I know we are now. Yep.
So like Liz before me, I have some personal concerns, but I also have professional expertise that gives me some professional concerns. So I will first talk about my personal concerns. And I'll just, with pardon for pun, I will repeat what, or refer back to what Liz said about noise. And I'll refer specifically to what she said about human health effects of noise. What I value and what my partner and I value and why we bought a house right on at the base of Conical Hill is the natural quiet on the hill and of the forests on the walkway. So those amenity values of that natural quiet will be affected. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And that the noise effects can't be avoided, remedied, or mitigated. I'm particularly, personally, I'm particularly quite concerned about the screams because in the 2011 earthquake, I was crushed by a building and 12 people died beside me. And my leg, my hand, my spine, and my soul will never be the same. And I heard and felt the death screams of 12 people beside me, and I remember the whole thing. So screams are really not good for me. And just like Liz said, noise can have, I never would have said this, 11 years ago, I never would have said, oh, well, you know, a scream means that I can't sleep at night. Well, now, since the earthquake, loud movies, loud screams, loud noises, particularly in the evening, mean that I can't sleep. So, I mean, I don't want to go into detail about it, but yeah, just screams are really bad for me. And like Liz said, it's classic post-traumatic stress disorder. So yeah, I'm the personification of some of Liz's evidence. And I own a house right next to, well, maybe 50 meters from Liz. So not belaboring the personal, I also have some pretty strong professional concerns about this. I am an associate professor of environmental science at the University of Canterbury, and I've been there for 3.5 years. And before that, I taught environmental management and environmental science at Lincoln University for about 12 years or so. And where I encountered Kelsey. And in that time, I've done a fair bit of research on biodiversity compensation and biodiversity offsetting in various forms. So I've printed out some papers that some peer-reviewed scientific papers about that, and I'm happy to share them. But my big professional concern is the geckos. We've been here for 2 days now, and I think we all agree that the geckos will suffer. If we didn't agree on that, if we didn't agree that there was going to be a more than minor effect on the geckos, or significant effect on the geckos, there wouldn't be this talk about compensation or offsetting or lizard management plans. So I think it goes without saying that the geckos are going to suffer. What we're still not sure about is the likelihood of success of any sort of compensatory mechanism. So the lizard management plan and shifting the lizards and rehabilitating their habitat. So like Mr. Cleary talked about, this lizard management plan is, well, it's a bit of a gamble, really, because we haven't seen it, and I recognize the poaching risk, but I do think that we could see it without possibly knowing where they are. I did, when I heard about the lizard management plan, which was news to me, I did ask 3 of my ecologist colleagues in haste yesterday afternoon if they could help me decipher what was going on and if they could help me figure out a sort of the likelihood of success for the geckos based on Ms. Talker's evidence and I think it was paragraph 56 that talked about the lizard management plan. And to a person, all 3 of them said, well, I can't really say anything without seeing the plan. So sorry, I can't help you. Yes, all 3 of them said, yes, I can talk in general about species, moving species and stuff like that, but without seeing the actual plan, I'm sorry, but I can't help. So in the absence of a lizard management plan to look at, I submit that we can maybe look at national and international evidence about similar efforts to offset biodiversity loss by shifting species, whether they're lizards or the snails that Mr. Cleary talked about. There is a pretty rich international and New Zealand-based literature on moving species in order to offset biodiversity losses, and I happen to have contributed to it. In short, what we're talking about is little bit like this old Kevin Costner movie. I don't know, have you seen Field of Dreams?
Oh, yep.
So if you build it, they will come, right? So if you build this baseball stadium in your backyard in Kansas, then all of these baseball greats will come back and play on your baseball field. So if you build it, they will come. That's the whole theme of the theory. So we've got, and this biodiversity compensation is basically based on an if you build it, they will come theory of ecology. That if you restore a habitat and build a wildlife corridor, the geckos or the snails or the whatevers will come, especially if you physically move them. So you've got two different things going on. You've got the promise to build it, and then the likelihood that the snails or the geckos or the whatevers will thrive in the newly built habitat. So it's two different sets of probabilities. I and my colleagues have done a fair bit of research, both internationally and here in New Zealand, about the likelihood of consent conditions to build new habitat or to compensate for biodiversity loss in whatever form. So one of my students did a study that looked at DOC, Department of Conservation, and when they give consent to build cell phone towers or coal mines, the Save Happy Valley, the coal mines or whatever on DOC land, sometimes they put consent conditions on them. And she looked at, or we looked at, compliance rates. So with those consent conditions. So we gave consent to build a cell phone tower, and there was a condition attached that said you will restore habitat elsewhere, restore a wetland, or you will pay $10,000 that will go towards pest control, or you will whatever. There was a wide range of conditions, compensatory conditions attached in her study. And she found a rate of compliance for the if you build it part, not species success, just the if you build it, if DOC does what, or if DOC applicants, so the people who, the developers basically, if they do what they promise to do. And she found a success rate or a compliance rate of 68%. So that means in 32% of the times, they didn't even build it. And like I say, there was a wide variety of compensatory mechanisms in there, from quite simple, like you pay $10,000 towards pest control. And even the simple ones, there were cases where they just forgot to send the bill. Nobody ever sent the bill. But some of them were more elaborate plans, like the lizard management plan that we've heard about, which are a lot harder to measure. They're longer term. It's not just sending a bill. It's harder to measure, harder to monitor, harder to enforce. So basically what I'm saying there is that 68% is optimistic, because there were very simple compensation forms in there that'll raise that percentage. Somebody else did a similar study on private land. So not DOC land, but private land. And there the consent conditions were being imposed by and enforced and monitored by councils. And there the compliance rate was about 50%. So a little bit lower. And there have been similar studies overseas. You'll be happy to know that 50% and 68% is actually generally higher than overseas. So New Zealand is fairly good on international standards. But these consent conditions that we're talking about, at best, we're looking at 68% likelihood that they're even going to try to build it. So, already the geckos, if I were a gecko, I'd be getting worried. And then there's the second half of the equation, which is if we happen to fall in the 68% where they actually build it, then there's whether they'll come or not. So whether the geckos will take to their new home. Whether we'll find them all, whether we'll succeed in finding them to relocate them, whether they'll survive the move, and whether they will thrive in their new habitat. And that's a lot harder to say, and it's a lot more species specific. And we also don't tend to monitor that. So the data on that are shadowy. I couldn't find any data on that locally, but what I could find internationally goes back to the 80s. So none of what I'm saying is all that new, really. The New Zealand-based studies are more modern, but this goes back, this biodiversity compensation, biodiversity offsetting has been going on overseas since about the 80s. International evidence shows that if they actually build it, the success rate for not total loss is about 50 to 60%. So there's vanishingly little evidence that says that we ever get no net loss, like Ms. Tosher talked about at the end. So it was paragraph 56. No net loss is it's vanishingly rare, but only limited loss. We're looking at hopefully 50 to 60% chance of limited loss. So that leaves us with a 40 to 50% chance of really significant loss. I'll just add, Mr. Cleary talked about the legal precedent at Save Happy Valley, where there was an offsetting proposal that would move snails, and that it's a relevant legal precedent, but it's also quite a relevant scientific precedent because those snails died. So yes, it was approved. Yes, it was done well. Yes, the if you build it part fell within the 68%, and it was done by dogs. So I mean, we had a higher likelihood of success there, but they died in the freezer. So that was not a happy outcome for the snails. There's no freezer involved here, so that's good for the geckos. Anyway, but by my calculations, in the absence of being able to see the lizard management plan, we're forced to look at the New Zealand and international evidence. If we're going to be optimistic, we'll say that we have a 68% chance of compliance with the if you build it part. And then we've got a 40 to 50% chance of, oh, sorry, no, I said 50 to 60% chance of not total loss. So, you know, only limited loss of geckos if we're in that 68%. So being optimistic, best case scenario, we're looking at a 40% chance of limited loss. So, you know, a fair chunk of the geckos survive, make it to their new habitat. They survive the move and they reestablish, they like their new houses, and they breed. So 40% chance of only limited loss. By my and others' reckoning, there's next to zero chance of no loss and no net loss. But there's a 60% chance of significant loss. And that's just by multiplying the probabilities. So if you happen to fall within the 68%, then you've got a sort of a 50 to 60% chance. So 60% of 68% is 40%.
So things are not looking good for the gecko is my point. This, I think even that 40% chance of limited loss is optimistic because, as Mr. Cleary pointed out, from what I can see, and he agrees that this lizard management plan doesn't seem to be clearly linked to the consent condition. And maybe I misread that, and I'm happy to be corrected. But though that 68% and the 50% of likelihood that they'll actually build what they promised to build, that's contingent on it being an enforceable part of the consent condition. If it's not an enforceable part of the consent condition, then all bets are off for the gecko. And for the public, I can't see that we have any recourse for if and when they fail to build it. And if and when that building of the new habitat fails to help the gecko. So these low rates of, or low likelihood of biological success, you might wonder, well, why is it so low? You know, we put conditions on, surely you should follow them. But I think what often happens, and what my student found with DOC, there are a lot of just institutional reasons why basically developers run out of puff. You know, once they get the consent, you know, they spend their time on other things, and DOC and councils, I mean, they have so much on their plate. You know, and a prime example is several that she found where DOC they just forgot to send the bill for the $10,000 of pest control. And sometimes, you know, freezers go haywire. And so the endangered snails die in the freezer. So there's all sorts of reasons why the compliance is lower than we might hope for. But the real worry is that if this if I'm correct in my understanding, which again, please let me know if I'm wrong. If I'm correct in my understanding, it's not actually part of the consent condition, which means that it's left, well, I don't even know what the enforcement mechanism would be, if there is one. And then finally, I would note that my student, one of her explanations for why these compliance rates were lower than we would hope for, especially on conservation land, is that DOC doesn't have a monitoring or enforcement strategy. Those papers were published a couple of years ago. I haven't been able to find a monitoring and enforcement strategy that's been written since. But as of, let me look at the date of on this paper, as of 2017, there was no DOC enforcement strategy. And I should also say that I'm not presenting myself as an expert witness because, as I already said, I'm a neighbor. But we took possession of the house on February 22nd, 2021. So this year, my interest in biodiversity offsetting goes back to the first paper I published on it. Actually, it was my first paper ever published, 2001, in conservation biology. And in New Zealand, my interest goes back to 2009, was our first big paper in Conservation Letters about
with the cryptic title of Why Bartering Biodiversity Fails. And I'll also say that the paper about compliance with biodiversity compensation consent conditions on dockland that was published, well, like I said, sorry, in 2017 in the New Zealand Journal of Ecology. I think that's about all I've got to say.
Okay. Let's just go back to the personal bit first.
Okay.
Do you have concerns about any of the other amenity issues within your area? I guess parking has been the one that's should not screening is not a particular issue for you from where you're located, but I guess parking potentially is. Is that a concern for you or not?
It's a professional concern in that it doesn't seem to accord with the district plan, but sort of a selfish concern for me. Our driveway is not on the main drag.
Okay, so you don't. It would not a major issue from your point of view.
Just pass. That's not a major part of what the screens are a much bigger concern for me.
How far do you reckon your house is from that stop station? You've probably seen the pole, so.
I'm terrible with distance.
200 meters? I can measure it, all right.
To be fair, my concerns for about the noise aren't so much selfish if I'm sitting on my deck. It's more about, I really love that walkway. And I think that is
right. I see.
Public.
It's more about the walkway itself rather than your.
Yeah, yeah. And I was listening in yesterday when we talked. It was mentioned the zip line in the Christchurch Adventure Park, and how that wasn't an issue, but that zip line is not right over the Harriel walkway. Like the Harriel walkway is quite a popular track that goes from Sign of the Takahe to Sign of the Kiwi. And if you put a zip line over that, it would be a whole different ballgame than if you put a zip line over a mountain bike adventure park where there aren't houses right underneath. And I would support other submitters who said, I'm all for a zip line, just not on this hill. Conical Hill it's beautiful, and it's a central part of Hanmer Springs. It's a public taonga. We don't have to pay to walk up it. Taking something away from the public in order to create a private jolly, I think is sad.
Okay, so just turning to the biodiversity offsetting issue. So if there was a independent peer review, would that satisfy your concerns?
Well, I can't say because I haven't seen it. I mean, I haven't seen the plan and I haven't seen the peer review.
But yeah.
So, I mean,
if there was an independent peer review of the lizard management plan by another expert, would that satisfy your concerns? I know you haven't seen it, but would that overcome some of the concerns you have? I know it probably doesn't overcome.
Depend on what the other person said.
Well, if they're independent, you'd hope that that what you were getting was a proper and appropriate assessment and was a truthful assessment.
You would hope. If there were, we're getting into very hypotheticals, so it's hard to commit to supporting something that I haven't seen.
I'm not asking you to support it. I'm just trying to see whether or not the concerns can be alleviated if there was that independent review. So
then maybe I'll just say possibly, but probably not, because I've done a lot of, I guess it might help me fall into the optimistic, my optimistic back of the envelope calculation that there's a 40% chance of limited loss and only a 60% chance of significant loss, because that is based on like a success would be limited loss. So if there were a peer review that said, yes, the lizard management plan is sound, then still based on all of these plans that we reviewed, they were all peer reviewed. They were all approved. And the lizard management plan has been submitted to DOC, but it hasn't been approved by DOC. But, and the Save Happy Valley, that snails management plan, that was peer reviewed to the nth degree.
Yeah, I guess my question was around the first part of the question, not the percentage part of the question.
But yeah, but I guess my concern is about the percentage. Like my concern is about the geckos. And you can do all sorts of procedural things, but if the geckos die, the geckos still die. The geckos don't really care if we all agree on an outcome.
I understand your point around the compliance issue, but I guess if we didn't rely on that process, then we wouldn't have, nothing would happen. I'm putting aside this application, any application. I mean, that is the process that we have. We have conditions of consent, regardless of what the issue is. And we rely on that from a development point of view.
Yes, however, we don't have to, we could rely more on the RMA and less on offsetting, which is not really in the RMA.
It is now.
Well, okay. We could avoid and not remedy and not mitigate. We could avoid the 60% chance of significant loss of the geckos by moving to a different hill. I'm all for zip lines. They're great fun.
But what happens if the adjoining hill has the same issue?
Well, there's a lot of hills around Hanmer. I'm sure we could find one without geckos. They are rare and they are endangered. So, you know, the chances that every single hill around here has geckos is pretty low. I'd be much more, my fears would be much more allayed by finding a hill that didn't have endangered geckos on it than by having a peer review process to approve a plan to shift lizards. Because like I say, all of these processes that we reviewed and that have been reviewed by others, they were all peer reviewed. So if it were peer reviewed, yes, we'd have the same 60% chance of significant loss that we find in the international literature.
So let's say that we were within the 68%
of they built it.
Yeah, they built it.
Yep.
And that then resulted in an increase in gecko populations.
That is, Ms. Tosher talks about that. So there are a couple of schools of thought within offsetting. One is no net loss, and the other is net gain. And she contradicts herself and promises both no net loss and net gain in paragraph 56. It's my professional opinion that no net loss rarely, if ever, occurs. And the losses that we offset in offsetting or compensation, the offsetting sometimes might be better than nothing, but it's not actually dealing to the gecko loss or the biodiversity loss. You're never going to get no net loss. And there are a bunch of structural reasons for that. And I can recommend a great article for you from 2009 in one of the top 3 journals in conservation biology in the world called Conservation Letters.
No, in fairness to Ms. Tosha, she did say that there would be loss.
Okay.
That may have been a question I asked her rather than actually in the.
Okay. Yeah, and my professional opinion of this would be different if we were talking about a housing development. If we were talking about, especially if it were like a public housing development where there would be a clear public benefit that would be in the public interest. This is it'll be owned by the council, but it's a pay per use. It's not going to be free. It's going to be for a certain class of visitor. It's not going to be for everybody. So, and this goes back to the offsetting. Sometimes offsetting is better than nothing. If we were talking about a public housing development that would house people who need houses, low-income rentals, and there were some gecko losses that were going to be offset in this exact same situation, my opinion might be that it would be better than nothing. But this is not that situation. It's not a situation where the public benefits are spread throughout the population, or at least into the lower classes. This is going to be it's not going to be for everybody. You have to pay to use it.
Okay, I think I've probably traversed everything I need to. Thank you very much for that. So you're at that point, council staff, but I'm just wondering whether or not, Mr. Smith, were you going to deal with the discussions that the traffic you've had? Yeah, so you're going to deal with that? Okay, so that's fine. So we can just carry on with that approach. Were you comfortable with that as well, Mr. Smith, dealing with? You guys have all.
My understanding is you've reached agreement.
You've reached agreement.
Reached agreement, yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay. So what I suggest is you probably go first then. Is that okay?
Yes, certainly.
We just need to move on.
Yeah, you probably need to move over here because of the mic.
Okay, certainly.
Do you need to?
Do you want them up here as well?
Yeah, I'm just not sure what they've agreed. So.
Oh, do you want 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Right. I thought that had been sorted. Okay. Just get that 5 minutes so we'll see what you guys agree.
So Mr. Edwards, Mr. De Verto and I got together at the end of lunch and agreed on a framework around which the monitoring conditions could work. So we haven't worded any conditions. We'll leave that to clever people like planners to be able to do that, but we have come up with the principles. And we've used the very helpful framework of questions set out in Mr. Edwards' evidence in his paragraph 13 of his summary statement. So I'll just take you through that and share that with everyone. So the first question, what is the potential effect being monitored? So the potential effect being monitored is basically the adverse effects associated with congestion and vehicles manoeuvring, searching for car parks and so on, which is well documented in the various traffic experts' evidence. And we've agreed on an area within which the monitoring should take place as part of that. The extent we've agreed is all of Oregon Heights, including the cul-de-sac at the end, Conical Hill Road, north of Chalet Crescent, and Thomas Hanmer Drive to the first bend in the road, which is approximately 120 metres from Conical Hill Road. And that corresponds to what's currently in the applicant's conditions reflected in Ms. White's evidence. What is the agreed level where the effect is considered to be less than minor? So we've agreed on 75% parking occupancy on aggregate across that entire area, which is slightly lower than the 85% in Ms. White's summary statement. And it does treat the entire area on aggregate as opposed to individual portions within that area triggering that 85%. So it's a lot more simplistic.
So could I just ask a question around that? So 75% is the trigger?
Yes.
So for example, if Oregon Heights is at 100, but the others are all at 45, it wouldn't be triggered.
That is correct.
Can I ask a supplementary question on that? Why cumulatively rather than individually?
Because the pattern with which the car parks may be taken up, and I will elaborate a little bit on Oregon Heights later when I talk about wayfinding. The pattern is a little bit unpredictable, so there may be more of a propensity to use Thomas Hanmer Drive as opposed to Conical Hill. There may be more of a propensity to use one side of the road as opposed to the other. So it's also, I think, it's a lot simpler in terms of the interpretation of it. I think that given that the activity is, I've considered to be somewhat of a turnover activity, there's about a 90-minute period of parking, which was anticipated in Mr. De Verto's evidence, his evidence in chief, based on people walking up, enjoying the activity and getting back to their vehicles. I imagine that there'll be turnover across that entire study area, if indeed that were to fill up with car parking associated with the activity, so that there would be free spaces intermittently on all of those corridors. It's a little bit like going to the supermarket. You might find a car park in the nearest aisle. Same sort of principle.
Yep.
I'll move on to C, how will it be monitored? We've agreed on surveying 3 times annually for a 2-year period. The survey should be undertaken by a qualified independent traffic engineer, once during a regular term time weekend, and school term time, should I say, once during school holidays, and once during public holidays. And I'll explain that a little bit more in the next section. I'll just quickly note that D, what is the trigger point? That trigger point was 75%, so that's already covered in B, essentially.
Moving down to E, what are the mitigation solutions? We've agreed that the 2 quick wins if mitigation is required because of the 75% exceeded are to operate a shuttle bus from the village centre, or to reduce the scale of the activity. And this is where undertaking 3 surveys at different times of year is actually quite important, because it may be that the monitoring indicates that what we consider to be that trigger point of 75%, that's triggered only in public holidays and not during term time, not during school holidays, in which case the mitigation, such as running a shuttle bus or restricting the maximum numbers of flyers per hour in terms of reducing the scale of the activity, would only need to be implemented during the public holidays. But
right, so you might only run a shuttle bus during the public holidays, for example.
Absolutely, yeah. But you know that school holidays, you don't need to put any restrictions or require any other mitigation in the form of a shuttle bus or otherwise.
I don't want to jump over what you might already be about to tell me, but in terms of the survey, what are we talking about in time period? Wait, is it a 4 hours number of days a week or day?
Yep. So to be honest, sir, we didn't discuss the times of the day, but I am comfortable with the 4 hour period.
Yep.
I can happily go back and check with the other traffic engineers. It'll be great for us to actually provide you with a statement, which is something like a.
And I guess that the corollary question there, is it 1 day on each of those 3 periods over a number of days?
Okay, so we agreed on 1 day during each of those 3 periods.
Yep.
And it should correspond to a fine day. There's no point in surveying when it's raining, or if it was there were other adverse conditions which would put off the punters. And that the Flyride should be operating, so no high winds or anything like that,
yeah.
Which I think came up previously in evidence yesterday.
Is it, and sorry, I'm butting in here, but and the same day, or would it be a Saturday, for example, or?
I'm personally comfortable with being.
Or does it matter?
I think the most important differentiator is that it's fine weather and it will be representative of the demand for the activity and corresponding parking demand.
Okay. Yep.
The other mitigation solution which has been floated was a dedicated car park. We're not so hot on that. We acknowledge that it may be difficult to locate it and it may require a separate consenting process. So it would actually take time to implement if adverse effects were found under the monitoring condition.
Just again, another dumb question possibly on that. Is Conical Hill, can you have angle parking? Is it wide enough for that?
Not in my view, no. That would have to go through a separate council process to be able to change the parking configuration as well. How will benefits of solutions be monitored to ensure effectiveness? So we are proposing that it is the monitoring on year 2 that would trigger the need for mitigation. And Mr. Edwards set out his rationale for that when he was presenting his evidence. In that the first year, I think new toy was the term that he used. We agree with that, which means that in year 2, you've got a settling down period, and it will be the definitive year for understanding the level of activity. If mitigation is required based on the year 2 monitoring and subsequently implemented, then monitoring would extend for a further 12-month period to be able to measure the effectiveness of that monitoring in the subsequent year. If further mitigation was required, at that point, then we'd be proposing that it would go on for another 12 months. So basically, we are not forgetting about it. We are making sure that we are effectively managing any adverse effects should they arise. Which segues nicely into the last of Mr. Edwards' framework. What is the point where monitoring is no longer required? Monitoring should cease after a 12-month period where the 75% threshold is not exceeded. which indeed may be year 2. Are you happy for me to move on to other matters, sir?
Yep.
Right. We discussed condition 6. Now, this is a condition which is linked to the monitoring. Referring to Ms. White's evidence. This builds off one of my recommendations in my evidence in chief that a formal pedestrian crossing facility should be installed across the southern side of, across to Conical Hill Road on the south side of Thomas Hanmer Drive. There's no pedestrian footpath on the north side or connection across the road. The nearest formal crossing facility is some considerable way back towards the village. We discussed this and we agreed that the trigger point for that relating to monitoring should be based on a 50% occupancy of parking along the Thomas Hanmer Drive section within that monitoring area. So we'll be able to formalise that as part of somewhat of a joint statement for you, sir.
Just run that by me again. So if you've got 50% occupancy on Thomas Hanmer Drive.
Yes,
that's a trigger for putting in a...
That's a trigger for putting in a pedestrian crossing on the south side of Thomas Hanmer Drive to safely get pedestrians from their vehicles across to the east side where there is a footpath to be able to walk up Conical Hill Road.
I must admit, when you put this up, I had thought it was for people more in case for those who are walking from the village that was just be walking. Now, if you're like I was the other day, you do go up that south side and then you find yourself crossing over. So if we're anticipating a lot of people walking, why wouldn't we factor that component and not just the parking component?
Arguably, sir, you've got a very good point. For me, there's an existing deficiency. Or
yes, I yeah.
Issue, and this activity will exacerbate it.
But I'm struggling to see how it's just the parking bit that will exacerbate the issue.
Yeah,
I would have thought that. I mean, you know, that we've had a lot of evidence which suggests that people, evidence suggests people will walk to it. A lot of them will come from that south side because that's where most of the activity is. It's the side the pools are on, for example. If you're walking there, so you tend to walk up that way, and then you get to that top and you go, oh, there's no footpath, got to cross over.
Yeah, so there are a couple of formal crossing.
Yeah, down further.
They're simply just curb build outs. Gold standard, as it were. But there are formal crossing facilities along Conical Hill Road between the village centre. But there's nothing up that top end where, for me, there's going to be more intensity in terms of pedestrian movement, but there's also going to be more intensity in terms of vehicle movement, particularly if there's a substantial amount of parking on Thomas Hanmer Drive. So that takes it for me from currently being of perhaps a moderate level of risk to a high level of risk, which would certainly, in my view, sir, necessitate a pedestrian crossing.
Okay. Is there a need there for some form of pedestrian count?
It's a very interesting question. I haven't actually considered that. I think there could be value in that. Certainly the vehicle count on Thomas Hanmer Road and vehicle count on Conical Hill Road will be somewhat of a proxy. There's an interesting point there in that we have been talking about mode share and maybe 50 to 75% of people driving. If 100% of people walk, then you've got potentially a different sort of issue arising.
I'll leave that with you.
Yep, certainly. Thank you. I'll now turn to the proposed conditions 5B to 5D from Ms. White's summary statement that I have in front of me. These related to monitoring on Acheron Heights. Once again, I'll formalise this after checking the wording of what I will prepare with the other experts, but the three of us were not too concerned about monitoring on Acheron Heights in the context of the number of vehicles that would be parking there. We consider that with the implementation of an effective wayfinding plan, it is very unlikely that there would be a substantial amount of parking occurring there. and as such, conditions 5B through 5D are unlikely to be required. I'm now going to switch to my own personal view on this matter. And that is that any acre on heights monitoring should, in my view, focus on impediments to emergency vehicle access. However, I do note that this is not necessarily a matter that the applicant has control over, because a council process is required to install no stopping at all timelines, such as has been undertaken on Oregon Heights. And I understand there's already a process from Ms. Bewley, that there's already a process which has been, there's been some discussions around that, and it's potentially still on the table for that to be addressed through a separate process.
So can you just explain, I was going to ask you this question anyway, can you explain to me the wayfinding, what in essence do we end up with?
I've written some notes in anticipation. So there's a few elements to a wayfinding plan, and I'm happy with the wording of the condition, and that it suggests that it will be submitted to council for their certification, for want of better words. There isn't a formal process there, but I think council's feedback on the appropriateness of it is important. For me, there's several things. One is that there should be a very clear signage, and the formal entrance way should be clear and obvious. And I'll return to that point in just a moment with respect to condition 7. The wayfinding plan could also recommend parking areas, and that could be socialised with the clientele through electronic ticketing, online resources. Also physical tickets could say these are the recommended areas for parking. So it would be plausible that Conical Hill Road and Thomas Hanmer Drive, that do have the wider carriageway, where it's you're less likely to have adverse effects. That could be highlighted as a recommended parking area through that wayfinding. I also consider that as well as having that information, you could supplement it with signage, so that it's very clear that the private right-of-way at the end of Oregon Heights at the western end, you could have a sign, for example, saying stop, entrance to Conical Hill / Flyride is 100 metres behind you. So actually have some very clear communication. It doesn't have to be a flashing neon sign or anything intrusive like that. It can be have quite a natural look, but it's getting the right messaging in the right locations. And look, part of this is also making sure that on the website and the promotional materials, why not say, look, it's a 10-minute walk from the village centre. That sort of thing, I think, is all very helpful, and as a package, it can encourage good behaviour. In addition to formalising that access on Conical Hill Road.
Yep.
Just one thing I could say about is that why don't we have no exit straight from Thomas Hanmer Drive for Oregon Heights go forward? Because people still believe that it's a through road. If you had no exit at the beginning of Oregon Heights, just before or just after Thomas Hanmer Drive, people would realise that the street isn't going.
Yeah, no exit on the sign, you mean? Yeah, where it says Oregon Heights.
Because people all the time go up the street, turn around, when they realise it doesn't go anywhere, and come straight back down.
Yeah, so this could be an opportunity to actually review the signage in a broader context in the neighbourhood, so we do actually get better traffic behaviour. That's probably an issue irrespective of the application in front of you, though. So,
I guess telling Google they've got it wrong.
I think that'll be very helpful.
Really.
I'd just like to talk to, actually, I'd like to read out paragraph 11. We just started touching on this when the three of us experts were having a wee chat outside, but I don't think we necessarily agreed on.
What paragraph 11 are we talking?
Paragraph 11 from my summary statement.
Your summary stuff, yep.
Yep. It was published
That's online.
online.
Yeah,
Yep.
I've got it. I've just got to find it. I got it.
Yes, we didn't reach a firm conclusion on this, but I'll just read it as is for the moment. Mr. De Verto does not support proposed condition 7, which seeks for the pedestrian access improvements to the Conical Hill Reserve to be completed prior to opening on the basis that these works are planned. I understand from Ms. Bewley that these works are programmed by council for completion around March 2022 and that the Flyride activity is aiming to open in March or April 2022. On this basis, there is every likelihood that the upgrade will be completed prior to the Flyride being open to the public. If circumstances changed, such as changing funding priorities at council or delays to the improvement works, I note that this would require occupants of vehicles parked along the north side of Oregon Heights to continue to walk along the road to access the current pedestrian entrance. Whilst I consider that this is an existing pedestrian safety risk, I'm of the view that this would be exacerbated by the higher traffic and pedestrian volumes associated with the activity. I consider that despite the low likelihood of the improvements not being in place, proposed condition 7 should be retained as a condition of consent. And I'd just like to add to this, and particularly after listening to some of the submitters yesterday and today that live in the area, I think that the wayfinding plan, which is currently sitting as condition 8, I think that it's fundamental to the success of that are these improvements proposed by council, so that there is there's a formal legible access, which is easy to find and well signposted, as well as safe for pedestrians to be able to use. This will assist in addressing some of the submitters' concerns regarding the use of the right-of-way at the western end of Oregon Heights and other poor behaviour like non-compliant parking. And yes, as I touched on this morning, the fact that Google Maps invariably sends people up that right-of-way, including if you're searching to drive to Conical Hill Reserve, it actually takes that as not just a pedestrian walkway, but as a driveway to the access. So one of my colleagues has contacted Google. That should be sorted out in the next few days. We've also checked a couple of other resources and fixed up private right-of-ways so they're not considered as public accesses. I'd just like to touch on paragraph 13 of my summary statement. I agree with Mr. Edwards' concerns in paragraph 49 of his evidence in chief that staff parking is not well explained and is not addressed within the applicant's parking assessment. Further details from the applicant as to how this will be managed are sought. And it is noted that any future monitoring under conditions 4 and 5, should consent be granted, should extend to observe both staff and visitor parking associated with the activity. And I understand there's a little bit of uncertainty around the number of staff that might be there at any one time, but I would like to have the confidence that the monitoring condition would also consider staff parking, not just visitor parking. I think the only other thing I wanted to just touch on, you asked the other two traffic experts about residents-only parking and the appropriateness thereof. It does have a role. It's used in Queenstown, where I do quite a lot of work. Residents-only parking, I think in this context, though, would be ineffective without enforcement. I also consider that it moves the problem somewhere else. If it was evident that residents did not have enough off-street parking, then it may be a solution. But as far as I understand, Hurunui District Council don't currently have a residents parking scheme. So it would take some time to organise this, but I don't think that's necessarily the solution in this case.
Yep.
And that's all my notes.
All right. I'm just going to check. I think we probably covered everything else. Just going to check, see if there's anything else that I have written down.
No, I want to ask a question.
As long as it's a question.
There is a question. Why would you not include Acheron lights in the monitoring? What would be the disadvantage of not including Acheron lights?
Well, the three of us were of the view that the wayfinding is the primary mitigation to ensure that fly riders are not being navigated to Acheron Heights, and in fact they're being actively encouraged to park in areas that are more appropriate than Acheron Heights. So it was really based on the likelihood. If it's in my view, monitoring conditions, they're not onerous on the applicant, they're not expensive to be able to implement. And if it's something that brings the submitters some comfort, look, that's absolutely fantastic. But our view was that it's very unlikely that parking would sprawl onto Acheron Heights if we sort out the wayfinding and get that effectively discouraging traffic from using it. What's that, sorry?
If parking did become an issue?
I'm sure there'll be a lot of noise made to council for one, but there wouldn't be a condition to be able to manage that. One of the, I guess Mr. Edwards' framework was actually very, very useful in terms of spelling out all of those elements that we need to think about when monitoring conditions are actually prepared. So it is something that we could formalise throughout, but it would have to be specific to Acheron Heights, because if issues were evident in the main monitoring area, that wouldn't necessarily help out Acheron Heights and vice versa.
So, Dave, sorry, I didn't get a chance to catch up with Mr. Smith before he's presented, but in terms of the section 128 condition, would it be triggered as part of that?
Yes. Yeah, correct. Yep. So when these get formalised into by a planner such as yourself, we'd be seeking for that to be tied up. Yeah.
A lot of these things have been answered. Yep, no, you've answered all the questions that I had. Well, they have been answered throughout the process. So look, thank you for that. So you are now putting together a statement. Is that a combined statement or is it a statement from you?
Well, we're in your hands. I think it may be useful to come up with a somewhat of a joint witness statement as would come out through a conferencing session, but I've largely...
I think that would be useful, but obviously there might be some bits where there is some, you've clearly indicated one area of disagreement around condition 7, so you need to have that. I think a combined statement would be useful, but obviously if there are disagreements, then the individuals...
They can be signalled.
They need to signal what their disagreement is.
Yes, okay, certainly.
So, and that can all be within the one statement.
Yes, we'll do that as quickly as possible, but if you have a particular time frame in mind, let us know. Lovely, thank you.
Okay. I guess the other component of this is you're leaving the wording to the respective planners. Is that I understand it? So you're setting the framework, they are putting the words together?
We can have a go at putting the wording together if that's helpful, but I'm sure we would be nowhere near as effective as the planners.
Yes.
What we,
So-
yeah, we might try and do a straw man that they can take to their comfort zone.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
No disrespect.
We're just lowly traffic engineers, sir.
Just thought I'd better get that in first. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Commissioner, we have Gary Walton.
Oh, right, yes. So we've got Gary Walton coming in via Zoom. Is he on Zoom? Is he there?
Yes, Mr. He's joined, he just hasn't been on his video or mic.
Mike. Well, neither of those are particularly you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
That's good. Just figuring out the technology this end.
So, Gary, so you've heard the various noise discussions over the last 2 days?
Yes, I have been listening in, and firstly, my apologies, I couldn't be there in person for this one.
So have you got anything you want to add to what has been discussed? And just so I guess what I'm interested in from you is where you sit on the 45. You agree with the 45 max level? And I'm also interested in any of your comments around the annoyance of noise within the wider forestry, within the wider site itself.
Yeah, okay. I suppose starting on the 45, so I hadn't actually produced a summary, but I've got a few bullet points I've jotted down throughout proceedings to talk to. I think it's an appropriate limit to start with. Certainly we really struggled to, grappled with the question of what is an appropriate noise limit, given the lack of guidance on the issue. We're quite a long way outside of the sort of normal noise sources we'd be involved with for a commercial or industrial development. I think pretty much everyone can agree that the people noise on the ride, the vocalizations, is the primary source of concern. I think the application can be supported in that perspective, subject to that proposed mitigation and subject to meeting the 45 dB LA max limit. I'm comfortable with how that limit sits in the way that it's been derived with reference to the existing ambient noise levels. And I think Dr. Trevathan described as the emergence of those vocalization sounds above other sounds in the area. And 45 is a very low level for daytime noise compared to any of the noise limits we would typically be working with. So again, I'm comfortable with on that basis. Probably my overall concerns around that aspect of it is that given that the speed control on the ride is the primary form of mitigation proposed, if a significant amount of control or mitigation were needed for them to be able to meet that noise limit, then that may not be conducive to a commercially viable operation for the applicant. I think Mrs. Langford described it quite well yesterday in her statement, where she said, for a thrill ride, if you slow the ride down too much, then it won't be very thrilling. I think that's sort of the issue that the applicant will have to deal with. But on that basis, I see that as their risk to bear. I think having that noise limit there provides certainty to the residents. They are protected against any higher noise emissions than has been described in the application. So it's then obviously on the applicant to determine, how they're going to calibrate the speed of the ride and go through that commissioning process in order to make sure that 45 limit will be achieved.
Okay, so the second question I had there, what's in terms of the annoyance levels within the site itself? So we've dealt with the edge effect, if you like, with the residential area. So what about within the the site itself?
Yeah, that's a really tricky question. There's no one really good, concise answer to that, I'm afraid. I think, firstly, focusing on the actual walkway track itself, obviously does sit within that open space zone and within the site. But if we were to say, for argument's sake, there was a site boundary on the edge of the walkway, then the district plan's 55 dB LAEQ 1 hour noise limit would apply there. Noting that there's no LMAX limit, as I think you discussed earlier. That sets out an expectation, arguably, of the sort of anticipated amenity in that zone, and I think 55 is probably not uncommon for a reserve area. So with reference to the predicted noise levels in the original report, you don't necessarily need to refer to the figure, but I am, just to jog my own memory, figure 3.2 of the original noise assessment really suggests that that 55 limit will only be exceeded for a very, very small portion of the actual walkway track itself, and then noise levels will drop off quite dramatically as you obviously get further back into the walkway, further into the bush. In terms of kind of other guidance on what's an appropriate level, well, I suppose annoyance, firstly, is a very difficult subject because it's not necessarily just the acoustic aspects. You've got the non-acoustic, the lifestyle, the social things in there as well. But just trying to look at it sort of quantitatively, there aren't really any great guidelines for that sort of area. I think the World Health Organization guidelines just say something along the lines of the environment shall be maintained and preserved, or something like that. I forget the exact quotes, but it's not, frankly, very helpful in trying to actually determine numbers. I think most of the literature around the subject really focuses on remote backcountry kind of conservation areas, which I think arguably you're not really dealing with in this situation. Conical Hill is a very accessible walkway and it's facing the town. I think some of the submitters have even sort of mentioned at times that they hear noise from the thermal pools development. So I think the walkway itself is subject to noise from the town, so it's definitely not comparable to a backcountry environment. I think it's more comparable to a urban or semi-urban environment, where again we come back to that 55 dB noise limit in the district plan, which it seems appropriate for that area and is largely achieved bar really just a couple of corners on the track where it comes closest to the ride, basically.
And what about the top of the hill itself, that lookout area? Is that included in what you're just saying?
Yeah, the impression I get from the modelling is that obviously because the noise, the ride is sort of set down the hill a bit. You've almost got a bit of a funneling effect off in the sort of western direction. Just judging by what I've seen on the predicted noise levels, there's nothing to really suggest that the area sort of north and east of the start station on the summit would be particularly highly affected by noise.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to add in? You covered everything?
I think the only thing that really popped out at me that wasn't addressed anywhere else was the mention of generators, which came to light initially in Mr. Abbott's evidence yesterday, and then was picked up on by several of the submitters. That's not something I'd seen before in any of the documents, and it's not in the application or noise assessment as far as I'm aware. So I suppose maybe just to put that back on the applicant, that might be something they want to address in their right of reply. I obviously can't provide too much useful comment given that there's no details around, you know, what that would look like size-wise or anything like that. And presuming that wouldn't run at night is another assumption. I can't see why they would need to do that, but again, probably just another thing to cover off there.
Okay, is that it?
Yes, I think I'm happy if you are.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
We can let you go.
Thank you very much.
Right, Ms. Bewley. Sorry, I'm going to push on. You're happy with that? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I'd just like to add that I haven't had a chance to print off this summary due to the evolving circumstances, especially around the traffic conditions, but I'm happy to provide it after that. So at the time of writing my officer's report, I considered that I did not have sufficient information to determine whether the construction and operation of the proposed Flyride would have any actual or potential effects on the New Zealand native falcon or the noise effects on horses using the existing adjacent track. As a result of the evidence provided since the time of writing my report, I have now been able to form a conclusion on these matters. So I'll start with the noise effects on horses. Having reviewed the evidence of Mr. Nathan Flores and relying on his expertise, I consider that the proposal will not compromise horse welfare and will not create an unsafe riding environment for horses using the existing adjacent track. I note in my officer's report, I only raise concerns on any actual and potential noise effects on horses, but that the Hanmer Springs Horse Riders Incorporated submission also raised concerns about overhead movements of the proposal, creating an unsafe riding environment. However, I consider that Mr. Flores has adequately addressed any adverse effects associated with any movement from the proposal on horses using the existing adjacent track. As a result, I agree with the imposition of proposed condition 16A provided in Appendix 1 of Ms. White's summary of evidence, and consider that this condition is an appropriate mitigation measure, but do note that the implementation of the condition is dependent on the adjoining landowners' agreement. After having read and heard the Hanmer Springs Horse Riders Incorporated summary of evidence today, I also consider that it's appropriate that the signage be prepared in consultation with the Hanmer Springs Horse Riders Incorporated, which has been reflected in a proposed wording of a condition that I have proposed.
Yep.
So in regards to the adverse effects on New Zealand falcons, having reviewed the evidence of Dr. Mandy Tocker and relying on her expertise, I'm satisfied that the actual or potential effects on falcon have been adequately addressed and adverse effects are appropriately avoided, remedied or mitigated through the proposed conditions of consent 10A and 10B provided in Appendix 1 of Ms. White's summary of evidence. I thought it would also be helpful to talk about some improvements to Conical Hill. So during the hearing and in the statement of evidence of Mr. Robert Greenaway, I note the condition of the Conical Hill reserve facilities, including the track entrance and lookout, has been raised. Although outside of this resource consent process, I thought it would be helpful to provide an overview of Council's work program on Conical Hill. So as mentioned in my officer's report, I've been involved in the preparation and consultation of a landscape concept plan for Conical Hill Reserve. I've provided information on the Conical Hill landscape plan in paragraphs 220 to 224 of my officer's report. In summary, this concept plan included increasing entrance legibility, wayfinding and key area refurbishments.
And when's that planned for?
So I've got a document attached, but it's quite hard to see. So I mean, I will circulate this as well, but.
Yep.
So yeah, council has included some of the recommendations from the Conical Hill landscape concept plan in the long-term plan 2021 to 2031. And that's outlined appendix. So the highlighted yellow areas are the projects proposed to Conical Hill Reserve. So, I mean, my eyesight's terrible at long distance. So, I mean, I can't read that. I don't know if anyone else can.
Surprisingly, I can.
Oh, that's good.
So does it just, can you just scroll back down for the top one again? Sorry.
Back up to the top.
Back up to the top, yeah. So that's signage.
Yeah.
Landscape pavement tool. That's been implemented now, hasn't it? The toilet one, see where it says underway. It's
Still some landscaping underway.
okay. Look out. Okay, yep.
So I note that the planned entrance improvements to Conical Hill have been addressed in Mr. Smith's statement and summary of evidence in terms of pedestrian safety risk. I further note that throughout the hearing, submitters, notably those who reside on Oregon Heights, have raised concerns regarding users of Conical Hill using private right-of-ways and private land to access the walkway due to uncertainty regarding where the entrance to Conical Hill walkway is. I consider that the proposed entrance improvements and the proposed signage upgrade, which is included in this long-term plan, will increase entrance legibility. Mr. Abbott, in his verbal evidence at the hearing yesterday, mentioned the applicant's commitment to upgrade the Conical Hill lookout to a high standard should the proposal be approved. However, I note that council has already committed to an upgrade of Conical Hill lookout in year 1 of the long-term plan, which is on that document there. In the statement of evidence of Mr. Greenaway, he identified that near the summit, several short sections of the track narrow to 1 to 1.5 metres, and that widening may be required over some tens of metres to reduce the potential for user conflict. I also refer to paragraph 65 of Mr. Abbott's evidence, where he states it is likely that the lease with the Hurunui District Council will include an arrangement whereby a set percentage of turnover is used to upgrade Conical Hill. Any future operator would be bound by the same lease. And this will ensure Conical Hill receives a much needed ongoing investment. And I agree with Mr. Abbott that any arrangement in regard to the applicant upgrading Conical Hill is best dealt with through the lease process. And I consider that it would be appropriate for this arrangement to include track widening where considered necessary.
Yep.
And I mean, as I said, I have drafted some conditions of consent, but obviously the traffic conditions have changed since that time.
Yes. Okay. I've got some other questions I'll come to. I just want to check through this first. You heard the Hanmer horse riders refer to another track opening And I probably should have asked him at the time, but I wasn't sure where that was and what the issues with it were. Do you know? I think it's Paulson's Road or Paulson's Track or something.
I'm not sure. Sorry, it's something I'd have to go back and find information on that.
I just want to understand. So from what I understand, their suggestion was, well, if this thing was approved, relocate to reopen. I think it was reopen that. So they're not allowed to use it. They want to know. They want to be able to use it. Wanted to be able to use it. And I didn't actually understand at the end of the day why they weren't allowed to use it. So if you can look into that.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Abbott can answer it if you'd like an answer.
Do you know what the answer is?
Yeah, well, more the philosophy that the Matariki and the other wanting to keep as much traffic off Paulson's Road as they can. And the conversation this morning was about saying how to continue to avoid using Paulson's Road. And they were talking about another track that would be going lower down than the existing Lucas Lane track. That's what they were wanting to do.
Oh, a separate track, a new track.
That's what they were hoping.
Right.
But as a principle, all of the cycle tracks you see up there now are trying to avoid going Paulson's Road. So, yeah, it's a forestry track.
Right, okay. So they've been excluded from Paulson's Road.
I'm not sure. Yes, as much as possible, everybody's trying to stay off it. Right. The bike tracks have all changed, the walking tracks have changed to stay off Paulson's Road as much as possible.
In terms of the conditions that you've heard the traffic engineers talking about, is there anything in there that you're not comfortable with, or any changes that you think need to be made?
I mean, without seeing them written in front of me, but from what I've heard, I don't have any issues with what's proposed.
Are there any of the other conditions outside of the traffic ones which Ms. White presented yesterday that you think need rewording or changing? Whether you guys have had a chance to have any discussions around that?
I'll just go through them, sorry. So we agreed on the noise conditions. I had slightly reworded the conditions concerning the Falcon, but that was just more so to be consistent in terms of wording with other conditions. So fundamentally, it hasn't changed.
Yep.
The condition around fire risk, a very minor amendment with the addition of the word "and" between fire and emergency, and that was requested by Fire and Emergency New Zealand as part of their tabled evidence. And then I agreed with the proposed amendment to the landscaping condition from Mr. Milne to replace the word immediately with as soon as reasonably practicable. And other than that, my conditions aside from the traffic ones, of course, are the same as they were in my section 42A report.
So I've just got one other question for you. In terms of, obviously you've seen Ms. Barker's evidence around, around objects and policies, and some criticism, I guess, around those within chapter 13, I think I'm correct. Did you have any response to those?
I'm satisfied in terms of the evidence I have in front of me. I'm relying on this or Dr. Tocker's expertise that in regards to the Falcon that those biodiversity objectives and policies, that the proposal would be consistent in that regard. I guess I still maintain the position that in terms of the effects on the geckos, that it's best addressed through the Wildlife Act permit. But having said that, I'm relying on Dr. Toka's evidence, and obviously some applicants have raised some concerns about not being able to see the full contents of that, and I completely understand the reasons why. So, I mean, I wouldn't be, I know that you've raised earlier potentially an independent peer review, and I certainly wouldn't be opposed to that.
I was going to ask something else and it's just shot out of my mind.
Mr. Commissioner, I didn't know whether you wanted to, me to address the heritage concern that was raised by Ms. Barker or not.
Yes, but just before you do that, I remember what I was going to ask you. Yeah, I'll just note it down. So do you agree that there is a section C matter in this? That obviously wasn't addressed in your brief either.
Yeah, well, yeah, as I said, I'm relying on the evidence put in front of me that we saw yesterday from Dr. Toka.
Okay, yes, so the heritage issue, yep.
So I do note that Conical Hill lookout itself and the plaque, which is on a rock beside the lookout, yes. They hold heritage status within the district plan.
But the lookout as in terms of the physical building?
The physical building, yeah, yeah. But aside from that, the site or the reserve itself holds no historic or heritage status within the district plan. And that's why I hadn't considered it as part of my evidence.
Okay, that's why Mr. Cleary tried to confuse me, yep.
Yeah. And I mean, I certainly don't think the proposal triggers the need for an assessment of those heritage provisions, given that the heritage status is restricted to the lookout building and the plaque. And the triggers around that are any alterations or additions to that building or the plaque.
Okay, so that plaque, that's the sort of to the east of the building. Is that a big rock?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't consider those to be affected? That's a...
No.
Yep. Anything else?
I think that's it.
Okay. Right.
Probably it now.
I just wonder whether we need to sort of set some time frames around certain things. Look, I need to go away and have a bit of a think about this as a management plan, but at the moment I'm mindful of getting a independent review, which is done through me.
Yeah.
On that. So we've got our traffic guys who are going to give me a statement, and I suspect we need the statement before any of their conditions can be crafted, although I accept that might be an idea to at least give them a sort of a template of what that might look like. So Mr. Smith, let's turn to you. How long do you think that might take?
I'd suggest that we're 75–80% of the way there already. I'd like to think by the end of next week.
Okay, so that's one thing. Just to throw a slight spanner in the works, from my personal point of view, I am heading to Stewart Island on Sunday and I'm not back till Thursday. So, but yeah, that would be fine. I will, I've just got to really have a bit of a think about this, but if I issue a minute, I'll have to try and do that. I'll see if I can get it done before I go. And then in terms of a rider apply and anything else that might come out of that, I'm anticipating there might be just more than just a rider reply. What are we thinking
Well, the only difficulty I've got is probably going to have, that's going to be dependent
on that
lizards.
lizard report, yeah, and how long that might take.
Right.
So we might just have to put that to one side at the moment.
Yeah, so we might have to be
Flexible.
Yeah. I mean, I've got a client that wants to get this finished as soon as possible, so he's going to be
Yes, I accept that.
writing me to get it done, so.
Yeah, I accept that. I think we are a bit in the hands of that because if that comes back with some potential concern changes, then you're going to be subject to that anyway. Okay. Look, I'll try and I'll go home tonight and have to think about it and try and get something done tomorrow and get that out. I will have a look at and have a discussion with the council just about how that might be done and who that might be used. Obviously, I've got some names and then how that might play out from there. And we'll have to see where we go to from there. But I think at least getting some of the stuff finalised from an applicant's point of view would be good in terms of statement from the traffic guys and that sort of thing. It's done. So yeah, if you guys can get a statement back by the end of next week, which then can be fed into the proposed conditions, that would be useful. So, okay. Okay, so at the moment, what happens is I adjourn the hearing. There's still a bit of work to go here, and I will try and get something out tomorrow to address the lizard thing, and then we just have to see where we go to from there. Be a bit fluid. Okay, thank you.